Hello. Hello, can everybody hear me? Is my microphone working? I think it is. Let's start up our music so we don't feel so lonely in here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Hard Pretzel stream. I'm still not used to wearing these glasses. Just try to wipe some sweat off my eyebrow and just bashed them. Welcome on in. We got a very, I don't know, what do you call this? A very 3D stream today. So if you guys want to put on your 3D glasses and look at me in red and blue vision, you don't have to do that, but you can. We are going to be playing some Sonic 3D Blast today. I got both versions here. I have the PC version, but obviously my PC is not a PC from 1998. So I can't play Sonic 3D Blast on my PC. Instead, we're going to be just playing it on console. Oh, okay. So let's see. We got a... Yes, of course, Mr. Motos, the Sonic 3D Blast Glazer. We're doing another 3D Blast stream today. And this one's actually a dedicated 3D Blast stream, so I won't run away and switch to a different game. Hey, Kevin Kong. Took a nap an hour ago, lasted more than an hour. R.I.P. But hey, at least you get to check out the stream. Let me scroll up in chat here, see if I missed anybody. We got our favorite Ivan, who's no longer with us already. And Crozy, Gonkus, and Jinx, and Kitoro. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, same here, Kitoro. I definitely prefer playing the originals over DX every time. Hey, Usagi dude, welcome, welcome. If it looks like I'm sweating like a pig, it's because I am. I actually just walked down to 7-Eleven. I am cheating on Arizona today. I have my strawberry lemonade 7-Eleven brand Arizona. Just because. I have some Arizonas in the fridge, but I figured why not get some of these since I was at 7-Eleven anyway. Thoughts on Sonic's first fully isometric adventure? I actually like it quite a lot. So much so, in fact, we're going to play it twice today. Now, I actually do like the Saturn version better. So, I'm thinking like we'll probably start with the Saturn version, just because. You're going to go to guitar, be back soon? Alright, see you around, Mr. Motos. Original Usagi, original. The director's cut's cool and all. I don't know. I just don't really play mods very much, and I don't play fan games. And even though it is as close to official as you can get, I don't know. Something about the originals just hit different. So those are the ones I play. So I'm gonna actually pop this into my Saturn real quick and we'll get going. You know, very, very reduced yap session today. One of the reasons I want to see if I can keep this stream quick is because apparently the Dark Beginnings is going to be showing off today, the first episode. So I want to see if I can get through this stream quick. All right, let me move this down, move that. I can close out of this. I got a million tabs open right now. There we go. Yeah, exactly, Usagi. Like, I do not trust the community half the time. All right, I think we should be plugged in. I think we should be good to go. Let me see what we got. I love this song. Sorry if it looks like I'm stalling. It's because I totally am. There we go. I think this is the one we're going to use today. Controller. Come on. Very small room, so I have to like make do with very limited space. All right. Where are we going? Where's my thing? Why is my Saturn not appearing here? Is it on the wrong? Oh, it's not even on SCART. Okay, there we go. That's better. Yeah, definitely. The Saturn had definitely the best go-around as far as library goes. Like, I still play the Saturn games. Games really hit different. But, you know. Everybody was so Sonic-brained during the 90s, nobody thought to play anything but, you know, Sonic. So the near-arcade perfect ports of Daytona, Virtua Fighter, pretty much everything doesn't even matter because, you know, oh, but where's Sonic? Where's Sonic? And so all the best games on Saturn are Japan only. I don't know why it's so hot in here today. I think our air conditioner might have broken. I'll have to check it out after stream. I mean, we did get the 2D Rayman, which is pretty cool. Alright, so let's just give this a go. Ugh, man. I hope my disgusting sweat isn't going to disturb this poor sensitive audience. If it gets too much warmer, I'll probably go get my ice vest. I used to wear that on my Twitch streams back when I lived in an apartment with no air conditioning. It's definitely more definitive than the other one. Like, not only does it look better, but it plays better. It's got the better visual effects. It's got the best special stage. Like, as somebody who hates half-pipe special stages, it is really cool to see. I need one more ring. Alright, so let's see. Before I activate Knuckles, I think we'll do... Let's farm some lives early on. Because something that you can do in this game is grab rings and then talk to one of the special stage characters and then get the rings back. Because all the rings will respawn. So this actually lets us grab all these rings, go to the next area, get an extra life. And then just come back, and then do Knuckles. This way we can get a lot of extra lives. Yeah, there was a lot of really cool stuff they wanted to do for the Saturn. Definitely a bummer that it just didn't make it. There we go. So we got ourselves the extra life. So let's swing on back here. And let's give Knuckles a fat stack of rings. Oh yeah, here we go. Here it is. Look, this one's giving me too much of a trouble. Some of the later ones mess me up a little bit, but this one's not too bad. I saw something with these special stages. Yeah, what's up? Hit me with the discoveries. Oh yeah, definitely. I would love an endless runner of something like in this style. Because as much as I don't like half-pipe stages, something about these ones just kind of hit different. I think it's just like how the layouts are put out, because you don't actually have to worry about dodging nearly as many bombs or spikes. Now, as far as gameplay differences go, one of the big ones here is that you can only get one Chaos Emerald per act. So we can actually straight up skip Tails and just go on to the next stage. Whereas in the Mega Drive version, we actually can get basically all the emeralds really, really early. Here we basically have to wait until we get to Diamond Dust Zone. But now that we've just, beat the Knuckles special stage, we actually can go through here and re-grab everything, including 100 rings again. Which is good for me, because I'm going to get my butt handed to me once we get to the lava zone. I don't want to break it. There we go. Oh yeah, a lot of games tend to have sneaky sources from other games. I just kind of wish Sonic R had a little more sneaky love. But we did get some. I mean, in the racing series, a lot of samples are taken from the Sonic R soundtrack. We also, of course, have the Sonic R remixes in a lot of Sonic games. Oh, our AC finally kicked on, so let me check. Close this. And now I can hope the AC actually does something. Because it is probably about, I'd say 89 degrees in here. For those that use Celsius, I have no idea what that is. Oh yeah, without this game, there'd be no homing attack. Without this game, there wouldn't even be a Sonic Blast. And Sonic Blast is technically the first Boost Sonic game, because they call the double jump the Boost Blast. I think we should be able to make 200 rings if I'm counting right. We don't have to visit Tails. I mean, we can, but I really don't think I need an extra life after that. Honestly, it's kind of surprising how underpowered the Game Boy Advance was, because you see a lot of these really cool games on it, but there's a lot of stuff the Game Boy Advance just can't do straight up. Come on. Nope. Oh. At best, the Game Boy Advance was somewhat comparable to a slightly weaker SNES, but had better colors. But, when you put even just the SNES against the Mega Drive, I mean, you'll really start seeing where all these cracks will start shining. Like, there's been a whole bunch of fan projects to try to get the the original Sonic the Hedgehog onto NES, and some are working a lot better than others, but you'll always definitely see what's going on there. Oh yeah. The functionality of the Sega hardware was always on another level. I just want to get 7 more rings. Where are they? There we go. Ba, 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 ba. Favorite level? I'd probably have to say I want to say it's I think it's Gene Gadget, the second act. It's the one where you don't have to worry about hunting down the enemies and you just kind of can run through the stages. I also really do like the final boss stage. That one's also really fun. Hey, Blue Hedgehog Man 17, welcome. Are you a fan of 3D Blast in particular? Right now we're playing on the Saturn on hardware. I'll be switching over to the Mega Drive version as soon as we beat this one. I'll be doubling up. So we got to hear both soundtracks, so that there's no this versus that soundtrack in this stream. It is literally going to be we're playing both. Oh yeah, Spring Stadium is definitely a stage. But welcome onto this little corner of the internet, Blue Hedgehog Man. We're currently, obviously we're streaming this while waiting for the Dark Beginnings to drop. Really excited to see where they go with episode 1. I'd imagine they're just going to talk about, just retread the original Shadow story. But, maybe they'll finally start fulfilling some of my propaganda. So we'll see. Yep, you can get them all super, super early. Oh, am I missing I'm missing a dude. Who did I miss? Where's the last dude? Am I gaslighting myself here? Where's this last dude? I know I wouldn't have missed him. This is the start of the level. I know I had to have gotten this guy. Oh, he's probably in the middle. Yeah, there he is. But yeah, by Rusty Ruin Act 2, in the Mega Drive version, you get all the emeralds, which we'll definitely be doing, so we can worry about just kind of speeding through the rest of the game. I mean, hey, do you really need 9 lives in this game? Do you really need that many? Oh, I love Flicky, and having Flicky in 3D is really cool. Let's see if I can lower this just a little bit. There we go. I haven't been at home in a week, so my camera angles are all off. Hey, look, guys, I'm playing Sonic Adventure. That was unintentionally really cool. I could really thread the needle between the explosions there. Ooh, watch out for that. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's the same sort of basic mechanics. I mean, it's one of the things where, you know, when you really think hard about it, a lot of Sega games are very well, like, point for point connected to Sonic. That could very easily be within the Sonic universe. That's kind of why they used flickies in this game as a central mechanic, based off of the character flicky, who had their own standalone game. But the whole idea of dimensional travel, planting these magical dimensional traveling birds, bringing in a whole number of them into different doors, like, that's basically this game to a T. Yeah, I do have the PC version. Like I mentioned at the start of stream, my computer is unfortunately uncompatible with the PC version, given that the PC version was made in 1998, or 1996, I believe. And I don't have a computer from that time. So I would have to get some mods or a virtual machine, and it's just too much of a headache. But I definitely do plan on doing a video on all three one of these days. Oh yeah, I'd definitely love to see some more Blue Spheres takes on special stages. Because Blue Spheres in itself is a fantastic, fantastic concept. As much as I hate the special stages, I still think they're really funny, and I love the Blue Spheres game. All right, well, good night, Ivan. Thanks for coming by again. I do that every time. Every time. I got pranked. I always do that. And I feel like that specific landmine was placed there on purpose. Alright, well, since we're here anyway, let me grab this. And now I'm pretty sure, I'm not going to verify this, so we're just going to live with my consequences if this is the case. But I am pretty sure that even though we died, we actually get to keep our emeralds, even though dying typically resets the emeralds. For example, if you fail an attempt against Knuckles or Tails and you die, you'll be able to come back and do the special stage again. I am not going to verify if I get to keep my emeralds or not. We're just going to see. I'm pretty sure you do, and I'm going to go with it. We'll find out at the end of the stage, or by the time we get to the next emerald. I always mess up my jumps on these guys. That's why I saved my little shield. I wish we'd get a nice thunderstorm over here. It's too hot. Way too hot today. It probably doesn't help that I ran out to 7-Eleven just before stream. You know, I am really close to that 100 ring mark. There we go. All right, let's go. Final section. Ooh, do not break that, though. That was such a lucky shot. I really traveled with that homing attack. How many Sonic tokens do you have? 10 give you continue? I don't know. I don't get them all. I don't really need them anymore. I used to. When I was first playing this game, I used to get my butt whooped by the time I got to the final boss. But now the final boss is one of my favorite parts of the game. even if I still suck at it. All right, Sonic, off you go to heaven. Goodbye. Ugh. Oh, Sonic gets abducted by aliens. Also, that pause screen in boss fights is creepy. Oh, yes, of course. I love that one. We'll do it. We'll do it just for you. Just for you, Kevin Kong. He's just standing there. Menacingly. Ah, I jumped too early. I got greedy and I was trying to do a double hit on him. But they really want you to wait till he goes to grab it. There we go. So I don't think it's possible to do a double hit on him, but the dream is always there. His iframe's just too powerful. Yeah. I have, it's possible. Alright, then I'll keep doing it. I believe. Oh, Numpty! Thank you! I don't have any fancy alerts here, but you know what? I do have something I can show you. Thank you for joining the Feel the Sunshine Club. Again, now you're a green bean now. Yeah, I've heard of the DX version. I've played it once before. Not a huge fan of it myself, honestly. It's cool, and I really love the developer came by and actually fixed up a lot of stuff. But also, I mean, like, I could just play the original. I could just play the original. And plus, the special stages in the Saturn version are the best ones. Honestly, I'd probably still rather play the original, but that's just because I'm a snob. Like, when it comes to unofficial projects like this, they're really cool, and I like seeing how they develop, and I like seeing what people have done with them. Okay, rude. But also, the original exists for a reason. Like, I'm definitely not going to be the type to say, you know, the only way to play this game is if you play it with a whole bunch of mods. I feel like it's kind of a disservice to the original game. Like, I get it if you have your preferences and all. Like, you know, we often end up talking about the Riders mods that are out there. Like the Tournament Edition mod, the, you know, Re-Gravitified from Zero Gravity, or the controller mod for Free Riders. Like, you know, the mods are really, really cool. But I'm not going to tell you to play them with or without the mods, just because that kind of is a disservice to the original game. Because there's ways to enjoy these games even without mods, which is where I like to sit. Like, if you prefer them with the mods, great. By all means, play them. The X version also adds Knuckles and Panic Puppet Zone, meaning you could get one Chaos Emerald per zone. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. I changed your ranking on your community post to be more accurate to the ratio of Sonic games on screen. How many Sonic games do we have on screen? I think we only have one right now, right? And yeah, definitely. I also tend to focus on consoles over PC anyway, so it's kind of pointless for me to be fumbling over mods and stuff that strictly only apply to, you know, PC. I mean, unless, of course, I want to also mod my Switch and stuff, which, again, I'm definitely not doing, because I actually have a first model Switch that is still able to be modded like that, but I don't know. I just don't really feel like doing all that nonsense. I don't want to potentially brick my Switch. I don't want to also limit myself to not being able to play online outside of specific circumstances. And plus, I mean, it's really not that hard to just buy the game. Well, yeah, that's one positive side. I used to live in Utah. We never even had so much as a snow day. The closest we got to a snow day when I was still living there was one time we actually had NASA come in and personally tell our school that we have a 200-year blizzard coming in. There's going to be 6 feet of snow. It's all going to happen within, an hour. Please, cancel school. So what they did, they let us go home an hour early. The buses still ran on the normal schedule. In other words, we still had to wait until 3 to even catch the bus. So yeah, weather-related school cancellations are definitely not something I am familiar with. Although that being said, as soon as I graduated high school and moved out, they, apparently my siblings, who are also still there, did get a snow day. Oh yeah, a lot of people only play, like a lot of people I know, like even streamers, only play with emulators, only play with mods, only do this stuff, in the exact opposite way I do it. That's kind of one of the reasons why I sit here and do this anyway, because I prefer playing on console, I prefer playing on hardware, and so I just do it. Like, I have the means to do it, so I do it. Like, obviously, if you prefer playing on an emulator, you want to have the features of the emulator, by all means, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. I physically can't, and I couldn't care less. And plus, I mean, a lot of games that I really enjoy are only possible through emulation. Like, take the entire Sonic Gems collection, which is only possible because of emulation. I think only Sonic R and Sonic the Fighters were actually built for Gems Collection. I mean, it's pretty easy, I guess, depending on what kind of results you want. Unfortunately, the standard is RetroArch, which is definitely unfortunate because RetroArch is one of the worst emulators out there. I definitely recommend, if you are looking into emulating, just stop using RetroArch and use a real emulator. Like, I'd even like take you using Fusion or something over RetroArch. Even if they have the same core, it's not the same. Well, yeah, it was made on PC. A lot of these games were made on PC, but it was also an arcade game, and they didn't port over the arcade version. Yeah, I use Fusion myself most of the time, but there are a couple really cool Mega Drive emulators out there I want to mess with. All of which are way better than RetroArch. RetroArch is only good for convenience or for running on atypical consoles. For example, like if you're building a RetroPie, definitely go for a RetroArch because that's literally what it's made for. But you could also just get a Linux distro and then run any number of emulators on it directly. Cronus is pretty good. I used Yabuse on my phone, but I've also used the Kronos. I've used Manaphin, but honestly, Saturn emulation is one of those things that's just very, very particular. I've had very hit or miss results with it as well. Even games that are supposed to be full compatibility still aren't running in full compatibility. So typically, I just run it on hardware when I get the chance. Hey, Blue Bomber. Yes, I love this game too. We're currently playing on the Saturn version, but I do have the Mega Drive version right here. We'll be popping in after this. So we got plenty of stream coming today. Yeah, don't worry, Diana. You can just close your eyes and just listen to me play instead. Oh, yeah, definitely. Some consoles just do not emulate well. Like, again, Saturn for one, but then also OG Xbox is also a pain. Dreamcast has gotten a lot better. Like, a lot better. Like, I remember when Dreamcast emulation was first becoming a more commonplace thing, it just did not work. We had if you remember, we had Bleem back in the day. That was my original PlayStation emulator. Yet you actually could buy Bleem in stores, which was pretty cool. I definitely was a Bleem user, and PlayStation seemed to work fine. Like, I was able to run Spyro and Crash pretty well. And that was even back in the 90s when hardware was not up to snuff whatsoever. But then Xbox was always a pain, and then, of course, Saturn, still, to this day, is still a headache. I've had some issues with N64 here and there, but usually, for the most part, N64 emulation is pretty solid. Oh yeah, I definitely really love 3D Blast. 3D Blast is one of my favorites. Obviously, it's not Sonic R, but it's made by the same people who did make Sonic R, so... Well, yeah, a lot of later consoles are ironically enough, a lot easier to emulate because they're just stripped down PCs with optimized hardware. Opposed to, you know, basically unique hardware that you had to make unique games for that unique hardware. That's why even now, if you emulate Sonic R on a Saturn emulator, you'll always find some real telltale signs that you're emulating. As a Sonic R content creator myself, it's very, very obvious if your entire Sonic R, I hate Sonic R video is based exclusively on you emulating the Saturn version. Like, it's very, very obvious. You got things like the transparency missing, you've got really bad dithering, you've got way too sharp edges, you got broken lighting, you got the tiling completely messed up. Just because the Saturn was such unique hardware, is just makes it very, very obvious. Like, that's not to say that the emulators aren't amazing in themselves, because again, you're basically running a miracle at that point to get this stuff running. Can I not break this? There we go. Oh, I need 10 more rings. I guess I don't need all the rings, but... yeah, I played Sonic the Fighters. I like that one a lot, too. I have that on my Xbox and on Sonic Gems Collection. Why does it have VDPS? That made no sense. It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to be awesome. And it is. Like, a lot of games don't make sense, but they're awesome. I mean, take Crazy Taxi. Can you imagine being in the pitch meeting for Crazy Taxi? Like, hey guys, let's make a game all about escort missions. Nobody would take that. Nobody would take that. Let's see, what's a platformer during that time you would play 3D Blast over? I mean, would Sonic R count? Because I basically played Sonic R pretty much every day, and I still mostly do. Except for when I'm traveling and away from my Saturn or my GameCube. Ah. Messed up my jump, but it's fine. We're fine. We only lost like 10 rings. We're okay. We're okay. Ooh, I forgot you cannot jump on uphills. Yes, Diana, we know. We know. The Saturn is in a game, though. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Hardware could be really cool, too. You could have really cool hardware. I mean, why does the Switch have detachable Bluetooth controllers? Why do the controls have to connect at all? Why can't the Switch just be plugged in all the time and have no of the hindrances of a portable console? Because it just is. They made it that way on purpose because they wanted to have this cool stuff in it. They wanted to have these tools that other developers could use. Why does the Joy-Con have an infrared sensor in it? It doesn't matter. It's cool. And if developers choose to use these tools, great. If they choose not to use these tools, great. Like, you have the tools there, so it allows you to do more with the system itself. So if they have interesting technology inside of it, either to save on hardware or to make development easier for arcade developers specifically, because that's literally who the Saturn was marketed towards, then, you know, you got the Saturn, who's made for arcade hardware with arcade graphic processing techniques. No, this is not Extreme. This is a actually good game, a game that actually released. This is Sonic 3D Blast. Oh, I mean, the Saturn could do a lot of really cool stuff, too. Like, when you actually do some smart coding, I mean, technically transparency is not possible on this system. And yet, not only in this game, Sonic 3D Blast, but in Sonic R, we have true transparency running at full frame rate and everything. And that usually just came from the fact that John Burton was an Amiga programmer. And for those who don't know about programming for the Amiga, it sucked. So you have these Amiga programmers who know basically how to program on the metal with these consoles. So now when they get a hold of the Saturn, now they can develop these games that absolutely blow everybody's mind. That's, you know, why some of these games are really, really good and other games are, you know, just like generic quick ports just to make a quick buck. Traveler's Tales was basically formed with the idea of, like, it's on the metal programming. Like, the programmers on there were so dedicated to hardware-specific programming that it made sense. Like, everything they did on the Mega Drive, everything they did on the Saturn, all they were doing made so much sense to them because they're so used to doing, like, literal graphics programming. They had to program their own graphical engines, basically. So that's how they're able to get these raycasting engines running on Toy Story for the Genesis of all things, or how they can get full 3D models rendered for Pugsy on the Genesis, or how they got transparency working on, you know, Sega Saturn. And yeah, that's the world of money, basically. Traveler's Tales was given an offer they couldn't refuse to make. I mean, hey, if I had the opportunity to make basically, you know, no effort copy and paste games and make a lot of money doing it, I would do it. Hey, I'm glad you like the videos. If you can't tell, I work way too hard on them, so I appreciate when people enjoy them. Oh yeah, definitely. See, Numpty, you remember what it was like. I mean, programming on PC and then porting that to a console was absolutely a beast. Like, almost impossible to do. So that's why they had to program directly on the hardware. Which is why dev kits were so important back then. Because without a dev kit, you really couldn't do much at all. Which is, you know, understandably why certain games on the Saturn never made the light of day, because, you know, they weren't receiving adequate dev kits. I mean, hey, that kind of stuff happens. But if you were a, you know, graphics programmer who could easily adapt your code from programming on nothing onto a Saturn, then it wouldn't be an issue. Especially if you're used to programming on arcade hardware, like a lot of the arcade ports were doing, like M2 was doing. Wasn't that the problem with early Extreme programming? They were programming on PC and trying to port to Saturn. They were trying to do a number of things. They actually started on Sonic Mars, which was a 32X port, even though it wasn't inherently the same game. But they were definitely a very, very confused development cycle more than anything. People like to say it's because, you know, no dev kit or, you know, Yuji Naka wasn't sharing the Knights engine or something. But all of that is just a cover-up for the fact that the development studio behind it really didn't know what they were doing. They were given very unclear instructions. They had a very unclear direction. I mean, if you look at any of the story design documents that were offered during the time, for example, people were talking about, you know, the different stories that were available in the game. You had a character literally named Tiara Bubowski. Like, you genuinely do not have a very good direction or theming present within this game. Development was also so tricky to program, especially these guys didn't have a lot of experience with programming games at all, let alone games on very sophisticated, arcade-perfect hardware. So now you have these basically novices being told to develop an entire game all by themselves, a Sonic game no less, for a hardware that they just didn't understand, in addition to the fact that they didn't understand how to program anything at all. And that's why we ended up with, you know, 2 of the lead developers almost working themselves literally to death. Straight up hospitalization. Almost death. Just for the fact that they were trying to program a game on the Saturn. Exactly. They went from very little to no experience programming graphics to one on the Saturn, which is basically the hardest programming system you could have been developing for. And then again, if people still want to believe that the developers of Sonic X-treme, if they just had another chance, they'd be able to do it better. I mean, they did have another chance, and it was Sonic Boom. And you can take that as you will. As somebody myself who actually does, you know, enjoy Sonic Boom, I mean, who knows? Who knows what's possible? But, you know, most people would definitely say that Boom was not the direction people wanted the series to go into. Well, yeah, it was also rushed, but at the same time, a lot of games are rushed. By that same token, did you guys realize Sonic R was rushed? Did you guys realize Sonic 3D Blast was rushed? Did you realize Sonic Rush is literally Rush? I mean, Sonic R literally had 8 months to be developed. Only 8 months, and they still got 5 massive, fully open, explorable worlds. And yeah, Diddy Kong Racing was also rushed, and I don't know what just happened to my graphics just then. I think my SCART just kind of jittered. I have to get a new cable soon, probably. That was some yellow interference. Plot twist for everybody who's never developed a game or worked in the industry or has known anybody in the industry. Every game is rushed. Crunch is an ever-present threat. Like, some games are definitely less rushed than others, but even with an infinite dev cycle, take Duke Nukem Forever. That game literally took forever to come out. And how is the reputation of Duke Nukem Forever? Does anybody in the class want to share their experience with Duke Nukem Forever? Is Duke Nukem Forever praised as one of the greatest games of all time? That game took, what, about 15 years to develop? It's not all about dev time. It's about having a clear direction of where you want to go and actually following through. Like, obviously, there's more to games than just a simple good and bad label, but there's also more to games than just having a big budget or dev time. Sitting here and saying, you know, needs more time to cook, is a huge disservice to the games themselves. You could have as much development time as you want, and the game could still come up to be hot garbage. You could also have as little development time as possible, and you could have one of the greatest games of all time. I mean, especially early on early hardware, like the NES, SNES, the Genesis, and even the Saturn. Like, when you had little time to work with, you basically built off the game that came before it, and you developed something really, really cool. Like, it doesn't matter if they reuse the same assets. I mean, you literally have Ocarina of Time being built off the same engine that's running in Mario 64. You literally have Majora's Mask being built right off the heels of Ocarina of Time. To the point, it's the same characters, the same models, the same assets, the same graphics, and they still deliver a game that I'd even say is better than Ocarina of Time. I know that's my controversial non-Sonic take for the day, but definitely worth it. Like, you're sitting here looking at Majora's Mask, and you have all these reused assets, but they're used in a way that makes it great. The game was made very fast for that exact same reason. Yeah, they are. I guess they might be slightly different as far as texturing goes, and I think they did change the positioning on a few of them. But the whole point of Majora's Mask was to revisit these same characters, but now they all have different names in different ways. Definitely taking the old Bizarro universe and just kind of using that as an actual mechanic. Especially with time traveling. Like, obviously they didn't use the same Goron model for the Goron that Link played as. But the game itself is built off the same game. Reusing assets is a good thing. The problem is when we have people who have never built a game before being these armchair game critics who insist that if you see even so much as a reused sound effect, that now the game is going to be bad. Because, you know, I guess normal people don't understand that. I think a few people would remember Knuckles Chaotix. I mean, I don't play it because I don't have a 32X, so I don't have it on hand. If I ever get around to getting a 32X, it'll definitely be a stream and a video I want to make content on. But if you guys haven't realized by now, I'm definitely a bit of a purist when it comes to how I play my games. I don't want to be emulating a game and making a review based off emulation. To me, it just seems very disingenuous. Not to say that people who do emulate the games can't have an honest experience with it, but I'm not going to go here and say, oh, play Knuckles Chaotix is the greatest game of all time, and then, you know, give you guys false information here, or that it's, you know, I'm playing on an emulator, so it basically changes the context of how the game was released. Oh yeah, Virtua Racing is amazing. I would love to have that too. Like, if I got a 32X, there's a number of games I want to get. Basically, probably the entire 32X collection. Like, Space Harrier had a pretty good 32X port. There was a pretty good Virtua Fighter port as well. Yeah, exactly. Like, picking up a ring sound effect has been a go-to so commonly that the sound is actually replicated in 7-Elevens across the country. And yet, you know, it's fine, I guess, in Sonic Generations to reuse assets. I mean, we have all the same menu sound effects we've been hearing since Heroes in that game. Let's see, I'm missing a character here. I think it's in the next area. Oh, the Hummingbird game. Yes, yes, definitely. I try to think about the 32X much because I'll just get sad because I'm never going to get a 32X how expensive they are. Yeah, there's always been a lot of internal strife when it comes to developing and what. But mostly that came from Sega of America being desperate to push for Sonic, while the Japanese audience really couldn't care less about Sonic. And now we had an entire country building their entire brand around making a Sonic game that never came out. So while we were focused on trying to make us more Sonic stuff out here in the States, the rest of the world was trying to move forward with a different console. And now, next thing you know, we have a 32X, which still didn't have any Sonic games, to the CD that got Sonic CD. Man, my cable is just not doing so hot. Hang on. I'm going to unplug this and replug this and see what we got. Hopefully my Saturn isn't dying. There we go. No more piss filter. We're keeping our piss filter completely cleaned. And yeah, exactly. Like they are made by Sega's arcade teams in addition to other arcade developers or people who have developed full-on graphic engines themselves. Like, again, Traveler's Tales, who basically got their entire MO from building games on the metal. Beware the great mighty piss. Yes. And now coming stateside, obviously arcades were already on their way out. For those that weren't alive in 1995, if you don't realize, if you never knew, arcades are a lot less popular in the States than they are in pretty much any other region in the world. I mean, take South America, take Europe, take Japan. All those regions have very booming arcade scenes. Very booming arcade scenes. Whereas out here, our arcades were almost already done with by the time we got to the 2000s. If it weren't for places like Dave & Buster's picking up the mantle, or like, you know, Chuck E. Cheese if you really want to stretch it, we wouldn't even have arcades anymore in this country whatsoever. And after the pandemic hit, we lost a lot of Dave & Buster's to begin with. So, like, within that context, obviously, there were less arcade developers in the States, which meant we got a lot less US-focused arcade title games. And that's why Japan has all the games for the Saturn. That's why Japan has so many, because they had more arcade developers. It's not just they had no dev kits. It's not just that, you know, boo-hoo Sonic Extreme. It's literally just the American market was so focused on Sonic stuff, and we didn't have the context or development knowledge to really work a console like this. That was basically built to run off arcade-like hardware. Yeah, Chuck E. Cheese used to be the place to go until they really fell from grace. Honestly, if it weren't for Five Nights at Freddy's basically reviving the genre, ironically, no less, Chuck E. Cheese probably would have fallen apart. Because for those that don't know, Chuck E. Cheese actually opened up a number of ghost kitchens, and they started actually creating pizza under a new name. I want to say it was like Tony or something, Tony's Pizza. And if you ordered DoorDash from Tony's Pizza, you'd be picking up at a Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, Nights would have been cool, but again, Sonic fans only want Sonic content. So what can you do? Like, Nights is an amazing game that has a lot of content, replayability, and even follows in the footsteps of Sonic gameplay. And yet, it wasn't Sonic, which is why the series was basically hailed as a cult classic all this time. And why it still is, despite how popular it is now. Same thing with Rystar. Monkey Ball is getting pretty close to being secondary, I'd say. They're definitely pushing Monkey Ball a lot more lately. I do have the Traveler's Tales Super Monkey Ball game, which is pretty cool. The Super Monkey Ball Adventure on the GameCube. I definitely want to give that one a try. It's very different from Monkey Ball 1 and 2, which is part of why it has such a negative reception. But it's a Traveler's Tales game, so I'd imagine it's also pretty baller. Oh yeah, I do enjoy the Japanese and US version of Rystar. Great games. Honestly, one of these days, maybe I'll do a whole stream of Rystar, Japanese and English. I actually have a Mega Drive Mini 2, which I believe has both versions of the thing on there. And I could pick between them. If not, I know the Steam version does. Thoughts on Christmas Night's Sonic level? I mean, what's there to think about? It's great. It's Sonic playable in 3D. It also is literally Christmas Island. We had the answer to where Sonic was born all this time. It was always just a pun. Because 3D Sonic was born on Christmas Island, where Nights is. It's been a pun this entire time. The Central was pretty nice. I enjoyed it. Definitely like a lot. I was actually surprised how much Sega stuff there was opposed to just Sonic stuff. Like, I really liked seeing the Monkey Ball update, even though I already knew that we were getting the II skins. Like, I could have sworn they did an announcement for that months ago. But it was nice to see. It was also nice to see that my Maria's Actually Alive propaganda has now been almost canonized. So my brothers are absolutely screaming at me. Because I've been on this train for a while now. It's not that Maria herself is alive and still existing 50 years later, but that the possibility exists for her to be saved once the advent of time travel came into play. And obviously I know it doesn't really make too much sense from a development standpoint. It also doesn't really work necessarily because it would definitely destroy the entire franchise as we know it, but still. It's really, really nice to see. It's really nice to see that we're going to have a new take on the series coming up real soon. And we're finally delving into the what if segment. I mean, realistically, there's a much easier answer. I mean, when we had this happen, right? We had this happen in, you know, we'll call it 2005, I guess. That's the most recent time we watched Maria die. 2005. Not only do we never see a bullet actually leave the gun, we also never see it make contact. We never see her get hit. Like, I don't know. There's a lot going on here that leaves enough room for shenanigans. I'm not saying there are shenanigans, but there's enough room that in the very next game, Sonic 2006, they literally introduced time travel, which, I don't know, seems like a pretty easy thing to do. You know, here's a game where we straight up kill a child, and here's the very next game where we introduce time travel and the ramifications that you can do that. And yeah, the ending of the Shadow portion of Sonic X Shadow Generations will probably end up with a big emotional turnabout. Because most likely, you know, Maria's probably going to end up dead. Straight up. I mean, spoiler alert, we already knew this. But how we get there is why this is going to be interesting. And how we end up having Maria alive again is going to be very interesting to see as well. Like, obviously, the Time Eater is here, pulling everything back out from nowhere. But maybe we'll finally get an answer to who the Time Eater is, because we did see the Time Eater in a few of these trailers now. And I'm really hoping the Time Eater actually gets some decent development, opposed to just showing up mysteriously. Like, who knows? Like, I don't know. They could have done a lot better with that story. But obviously, it's Sonic Generations, so everybody turned a blind eye to how awful that story was. Just so they could hype up the best game in the entire series, quote-unquote. Obviously, the best game in the entire series is Sonic R. But outside of that, it's kind of weird to just sit here and say any one game is the best. Like, I joke about Sonic R being the best, but the best to everybody else is going to be, it's going to vary. And if Generations is the best to you, awesome, but make sure it actually is the best to you, and you're not just saying that because, you know, somebody told you it's the best. Or you've just, you know, spent so much time in it that now you refuse to see any other game as the best. And yeah, Sonic Advance is really, really good. If you prefer the 2D platforming, but you also want to have the more modern movesets, the Advance series is really good for that. Specifically, you know, you have Advance 1, that gives you very loose modern tools. You have Advance 2, which kind of goes a lot more heavily into more modern tools and almost falls into the rush category, because you have the R moves for navigation, which are really, really cool, and I like it a lot. And then you have Advance 3, which kind of goes back to almost the Sonic 3 era of games, where you can actually pick your partner and fly around. Or, you know, use the partner's unique abilities, like the Amy mix-ups that give you a hammer, which are all really cool. Advance 3 is your favorite. Do you have a favorite partnership in that game? I'm definitely big into the Tails and Cream partnership. I think it's very silly that Tails flies upside down. That's literally it. Just Tails flies upside down, and that's why I like it. I'm a very simple man. Doing good motos, just doing some 3D Blast on a Saturn, the best one. Honestly, anybody you pair with Cream in that game is ridiculously OP. Cream is, bar none, one of the strongest characters in most of the Sonic universe. People like to say that Big is the strongest character, but if you've played Sonic Heroes, who literally carries the entire team? Cream. Plus, you know, the most dangerous words you're ever going to hear in your life are "cheese get him." I'd rather go my entire life without hearing "cheese get him." I don't know about you guys, but I would definitely like to not be on the receiving end of a "cheese get him." Yeah, I mean, if you like Frontiers, go for it. Like, I've definitely been very vocal about, you know, how I'm impartial to Frontiers, really. It's a great game. Just not a game I see myself playing very often. But it's got a lot of really cool stuff in it, and if you're looking for the stuff that Frontiers has to offer, I definitely recommend giving it a go. The updates have definitely changed things up quite a bit, which makes them pretty awesome. Where's this last enemy? I always miss this one. I haven't memorized this full game yet. Ah, there he is. Hey, I'd happily take more 3D Blast. That's why I play Sonic Labyrinth. I actually think Sonic Labyrinth is I like Sonic Labyrinth a little bit better than Sonic 3D Blast. Just because Labyrinth is a lot faster paced of a game. This one does kind of drag on a little bit. Because I know all of you guys know how I feel about longer stages. Hey, definitely give it a go. I mean, if you have Origins Plus, the Labyrinth port is pretty good in that one. I think they updated the game to allow you to change that weird stereo mono filter that they had. But I just so happen to know a certain creator with a couple YouTube videos on Sonic Labyrinth. You know, if you're interested. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, having no save feature in 3D Blast somewhat hurts it. But with the game being as short as it is, you really don't need too much of a save feature. Whereas a game like Sonic 3 and Knuckles is way too long to go without saving. That being said, the second half of 3 and Knuckles, the Sonic and Knuckles portion, I feel like a lot of those stages, once you learn the routing, they're a lot quicker than the normal stages would be. Like the second half of 3 and Knuckles goes faster than the first half. Which I guess is probably for the best, because Sonic and Knuckles alone can't save, but Sonic 3 and Knuckles can. It's actually one of the reasons why I kind of prefer Sonic and Knuckles vanilla outside of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. No, Random Anime Gamer, I'm actually playing on hardware. I'm playing on the Saturn version, and I'm going to be switching over to the Mega Drive version. So we're actually just going to be playing both. That's why we have a ×2. Because it's going to be a double long stream today. We're playing 2 games. Don't worry, I got you. We got our gems collections right here. I got a collection of gems collections. Sky Patrol is a really good one. I play that one all the time. Pretzel's collection of emulated games on the GameCube. Exactly. I also have the PlayStation 2 one, which I can't even use. I actually mostly started with this one because I like this one better. I like the Saturn version better, but most people I talk to prefer the Mega Drive version. And so I figured I would bring the Mega Drive version in towards the end of stream so that the people who are still here can enjoy their preferred version. Because by the time I get to it, it's going to be a little bit late. We still have a few more levels to go. But once we hit Diamond Dust, we'll have our last emerald. Yep. That's why I haven't played my PS2 version of Gems, because I don't have a PS2 from Europe. And honestly, that's like, I don't even have a PS2 in general, so let alone a PlayStation 2 in Europe. if I ever do get a PS2, it's going to be a European PS2. And plus, I think the European PS2s are actually compatible with SCART, which would be pretty nice. Oh yeah, I could do that too with a region unlocker. But then I don't get the SCART output. There's a number of mods I'd have to put in to make a region-free PS2. At least to the way I want to use it. Because I'm actually running my Saturn through SCART right now, which is, you know, imported signal. I guess the popularity is due to the number of people owning a Mega Drive Genesis versus those that have the Saturn. Yeah, it's definitely the case there. I mean, people will say they hate this game or whatever, but then they'll say one of them is still better than the other, and that's going to be the one they played more of. And while the Mega Drive Genesis version is faster, I guess, because you can get all the emeralds and stuff early on, the loading screens are shorter. I don't know, you just have these extra visuals, the extra music. It changes things up enough for me that makes it definitely worth the extra cost of entry here. Oh, that's what you get for reading chat. And yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like what I'm going to do, if I ever do take my trip out to Europe, I'm just going to go with a shopping list. And also, you know, not only pick up a handful of Master System games, but also pick up a, you know, a nice SCART modded PS2. Or at least a SCART capable PS2. As well as, of course, you know, maybe even an entire slew of other games. Maybe I'll even swing by the Traveler's Tales office just to get my Sonic R signed. Yeah, definitely go for it. If you get your hands on a 3D Blast Saturn, definitely go for it. It's not one of the pricier games on the Saturn if you're going to go on hardware. The emulation for it is still hit and miss just because it's a Saturn. But, yeah, go for it if you get the chance. Super Pretzel spends $300 on a European or modded PS2 for the Nintendo PC. Honestly, I might. I mean, the hardware out there having SCART is such a huge buff to the you know, how the signal types you can use. Favorite Saturn game, I mean, Sonic R, obviously, but you guys already knew that. Oh wow, I'm messing up this boss. Let's grab that. Alright, let's try this again. He's going too slow, and I'm so used to him going a lot faster than this. There we go. I don't know about we thought it was going to be a Sonic R sequel. They literally showed cars right in the intro. I was already set, like, oh, they're not doing a Sonic R. I already knew. I actually pay attention to these commercials. I pay attention to these teasers. I don't let the hype get the better of me just because I want something. That's a Sonic Tuber thing to do. I don't live in the hype cycle. Uh-oh. I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna make it. Ah, he got me. Yeah, the teaser. The teaser itself shows the body of a car. In addition to, of course, the R logo. But they show a car in that initial teaser. That was not Amy's car. If you thought that was Amy's car, unfortunately, I'm sorry. Maybe go get your eyes checked. You can go to any mall kiosk. They can do pretty good eye exams there. Again, like, wishful thinking is way different than realistic thinking. Especially after I'd already been burned too hard by any number of other teases relating to it. I mean, hey, it's got to be the excuse most Sonic fans have when they clearly miss the obvious in a trailer. I mean, take the original Sonic 4 teasers that literally showcase a 3D Sonic, just for people to be confused. Why is Sonic in 3D in Sonic 4 instead of being 2D? Definitely an eyes checked thing or a media literacy thing. I mean, hey, as somebody who also has eye problems, I get it. I mean, I also can't see things. Now that I have glasses, I see everything. Glasses gang, rise up. Yeah, I like the Lava Valley boss. I just suck at it. Hey, see you around next time. Should I wear my Dr. Robotnik costume to the Sonic 3 movie premiere? I mean, hey, if you got one, there's no sense in not cosplaying. As long as you can bear the temperature. Usually theaters do dress the AC up way high, so it's not that big of a deal, but... I don't know. I couldn't imagine myself going in cosplay for an entire showing. See, this is actually one of my least favorite levels in the game. I don't know why. I don't know. Something about the ice just hits different. Oh, yeah. I know you can break the spikes. I just don't like gambling on which ones. And I don't like risking it. If I have the choice to not play my odds, I won't. Like, honestly, I'd avoid this guy normally. Yep, and that's exactly why. And now I've messed up my run. I've got only one ring and not enough to make it up. Let's see. I might just open up the next area and then take a dive. I do have 8 lives, so... I think there might be exactly 50 rings. I just had to figure out where they are. There we go. This would have put me at 50 for Knuckles, but I think I have to go the other way now. And then just avoid getting turned into ice. Because if I get turned into ice, that's over it. That's it. No more. No more Knuckles. Oh, no, there's nothing up here. I need 8 more rings, so I gotta go to the next area. Alright, let's see if we get 8 more rings. Definitely grab this, though. Well, that was gorgeous, I guess. I could have done a spin dash jump easier than that. Never mind, I guess I can't do a spin dash jump easier than that. I guess I will take the spring. Oh no, this is it. I'm gonna be going too far now. I think I need to take the dive. I think this is a point of no return, so I can't go back from here. All right. All right. Here we go again. Taking the dive. I like Rusty Ruin Saturn way, way more than the Rusty Ruin Genesis. Yeah. I mean, technically the ice things do deal damage to you, so... Boston next Monday? Cool, cool. You going to a convention or something, or just going for funsies? All right, 10 more rings. Just going because why not? Best time to travel. Best reason to travel. All right, here we go. The final one. What do you think of speedrunning 3D Blast? I mean, same thing I think about most speedrunning. I mean, I don't really do it myself. That's literally it. That's all I think about speedrunning. Like, I'll play games fast, and I'll actually use a lot of speedrunning tricks in my normal play because, you know, a lot of times speedrunning tricks are just playing the game. Like, for example, if I'm playing Sonic Adventure, it's technically a speedrunning trick to, you know, use your spin dash and jump over obstacles. That's not something that, you know, is, you know, right there where Takal is going to tell you to do. Like, Takal's not going to tell you, use your spin dash on this ramp to jump over this fence here. But I always do. Not that I'm speedrunning the game. It's just something that I like doing. Same thing with my 3D Blast playing. Like, there may be some speedrun tricks in here. For example, you know, if I mess up the special stage, I can take a dive and get the rings again and try again. But it's not necessarily something that I will, you know, do. I'm not going to go to speedrun.com and submit a run. I do have a speedrun.com account, and I've toyed with the idea of submitting a Sonic R run just because I want to run as Tails and just be annoying about it. Because everybody on speedrun.com runs as Knuckles, and then I'd have a top 10 time while running as Tails. But I want to actually, you know, I want to do that right. Like, I want to get a world record time running as Tails. Just so I could really be that guy. The problem is, there's a few specific clips that only Knuckles can do, or tricks Knuckles can do, that Tails can't. For example, the Radiant Emerald skip. And there we go. There's all 7. And yeah, exactly. I don't really use my speedrun account. I just have one. I made one just for the sake of making one. It came in handy in my most recent video, because I used a screenshot as if I were submitting a run on speedshot.com. And there you go. Now I just run through the rest of the stages. And I can get my butt whooped by the lava boss. Because what I typically do, Blue Hedgehog Man, I think you mentioned that there was the a trick to the lava boss. Typically what I do, I just kind of get on one of the little pipes and then jump on him a whole bunch. Is there a better way to do that? Okay, so it is the pipes. I'm just really bad at landing on the pipe with enough precision that it doesn't kill me. Hey, Prestige! Always love it to see ya. Welcome back. We're doing some 3D Blast today, so to answer your question on was good, 3D Blast, always. Alright, now we're at the point of no return, but that's fine. We're just gonna run through this little segment here. Spooky ooky automation. Ooh, I'm so scared. Oh, I'm crying. Ah, it hurts. And now I'm moving again. If you can't tell, I'm really bitter against a number of Sonic criticisms that exist in the world. That's blast processing, baby. You know it. Alright, let's get up this little hill. Oh, there we go. Oh, GG's on getting accepted on your run, though. I mean, it might have come in dead last, but dead last on a leaderboard is still pretty cool. Let's see if I can get myself an extra 20 rings here. I'll have no use for it because I already have 9 lives, but... I don't like this. Okay. Let me just... I really don't like these guys. Alright, there we go. We're safe. And now I gotta keep my shield. At least in the DX version, you do get not more than lives despite the counter not going up on screen. Yeah, I mean, I really don't need more than 9 lives. I mean, especially now that I know how to play the game. Let's say I love automation Sonic games. The Sandman X and Riders where you spin the stick for extra air, super size, and we actually see the effect of spinning speed up the segment. Yeah, really, really cool to see. Like, I genuinely do not actually mind automation as much as I pretend to in my videos. It's just always been a huge sticking point in a lot of Sonic reviews where, oh, I'm doing a homing attack string. That means this game sucks. When it's like, no, bro, the homing attack strings are great. They give you like a little break from the actual platforming. The homing attack strings are great because you can also do some crazy stuff to get around them. I have 1 continue. Ah, cool. I'm glad somebody's keeping track of my medals, because I'm not looking. And yeah, the Saturn version gives you a different map on every zone. It's pretty nice. I like it. I think the PC version does as well. No, no, no. Get away. I was trying to be cool. Wasn't cool enough. Yeah, the special stages are definitely the main pull away. Man, these snowmen are brutal. Give me the bird. Yeah, the PC version, actually. I mean, I'd hope so. You are our very resident Sonic 3D Blast Laser. If you didn't, like, I don't understand, you know, most people didn't have the PC version. But if you didn't have the PC version, I'd be concerned. Do I really need one more bird for this? They're really gonna make me backtrack this whole way. There we go. So I guess that makes us, what, at 14 now? Yeah, I know some of them do, but that's just kind of a really rough one to do that on. And that is the worst spot to take damage. Oh, goodness. I should have spun dashed through the, It's alright, we don't have to worry about getting the emeralds anymore. We already got them, so we're good to go. Alright, let's see. Which way? Thanks, bro. I know I can always count on you to deal damage to me. It's alright, Tails. I don't need you. Go, that's all 5. Oop, come on. Oh, I didn't know the blue shield actually prevents electric attacks. This whole time, I've still been jumping on the last stage where there is electricity with a blue shield. I'll have to try that out. Like, I knew the yellow shield had the homing attack, the red shield was lava, but I didn't know blue shield did electric. And I know exactly where a blue shield is on those stages. Now I'm excited to get to the end of the game. Alright, let's see what we got here. Let's see what we're doing. Boss fight time, yes. Now, is this one also one you could get a double cycle on, or a double hit per cycle on? I'm just gonna refer to Kevin Kong here, because he does go back up, but then he comes right back down. Oops. Like, I guess I really don't need to, because I could just kind of just wait and jump, but... Oh, whoa, what was that? You gotta be quick? Yeah. I'm not quick enough. Yeah, I think so. I think that's the order. I actually really enjoy pushover bosses. Like, again, I like Tails Sky Patrol. Every one of those bosses is a pushover, but doing them fast is what makes them really fun. All right, here we go. Time to jump into a volcano. Time for a jump. And to not get my birds trapped in the lava, because I will never get them again. Nope, nope, no, no. Do not. Do not the lava. I said do not the lava. Wait, I'm missing a bird. I'm missing a bird. Oh, no. Alright. Yeah, Supersonic was added to the DX version. Like I said, really cool additions in the DX version. I just don't particularly care for it myself. There we go. This is the one I missed. Actually, let me break these first. I really like the final boss of this game. This is a really good final boss. Definitely punishes you for grabbing all the rings at the start. Yeah, I can definitely see what certain critics meant by Supersonic kind of becoming a trope at that point. I definitely prefer it when Supersonic is more of a optional thing rather than just a key part of a story. So having an unexpected Supersonic is definitely something I enjoy. Oh, there wasn't a medal on that spring. Interesting. Alright, here we go. Next section. Good thing I have a fire shield, because I did not make that jump. think it's the other fire shield. Yes. Oh, and a spring. With a metal, I'm probably not going to get it. I don't want to backtrack this whole way. Unless, of course, I take some heavy damage. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the music, I think, changes the vibes of a lot of these levels in the Saturn version. I'm pretty sure Secret Rings did the Red Star Rings first. I mean, the idea of collecting 5 gubbins in a stage, that was definitely a Sonic R thing. Thank you very much. But there was also Advance 2 that had the golden rings that you could also collect a number of gubbins for. You had the moon medals and the sun medals. But yeah, red rings specifically, like the red ring with the circle with the star in the middle, that was definitely a Secret Rings thing, as far as I'm aware. Alright, now this is the stage that always screws me up. I gotta get that fire shield and just not mess it up. It'd help if I could also not mess up getting to the fire shield. That'd also be handy. Ooh, don't mess that up. Let's just mind my business. I'd rather play Black Knight over Secret Rings. At least Black Knight allows the nunchuck, whereas Secret Rings does not. Yeah. Like, gameplay-wise, I definitely prefer Black Knight. I also like Sonic having a sword. I think that's just perfect. It's about time Sonic gets a sword. Like, if Shadow can get a gun, why can't Sonic have a sword? It fits. It works. It's really a shame Sonic fans are such prudes. Oh, I don't need flickies to get that one? Well, maybe not that one. I know stream delay is catching up. I'll go check that one in the middle. Having a fire shield is so necessary on this stage. Come on, get. Do I really want to backtrack just to get one medal? Not really. Do I need more continues? Also not really. Do I want to risk? Yeah, I could see that. I could see the Club Penguin vibes. They're really a little stingy on the medals on this level. Like, they just give you one in the middle of the area there. But also, none of these springs have them. I remember it. I never got to play it, but I do remember that game. Oh, that's Knuckles. Do not take my rings or my shield. Sonic and the Wing Shoes, Sonic and Greek Mythology. To be honest, there's a lot of really cool storybook games they could have done. It's just definitely a shame people, you know, Sonic fans just don't appreciate what we have until it's gone. Especially the 2000s Sonic creators who just wanted to find any excuse they possibly could to hate on anything they could. Like, you know, I understand not liking games. That's fine. Like, I don't care if you hate any game. Even the games I'm playing. Like, a lot of people don't like Sonic 3D Blast. But sitting here and pretending that you're all, you know, you're Mr. Good Taste, you're Mr. Good Vibes, and that only your tastes are the only ones that matter. Next thing you know, we have games that just start feeling stale and repetitive and are always the same every time. It's just a vibe that, you know, basically kills the series. Like, I don't want to sit here and play the same thing every single time. Even if that means some games come out that I don't like, Sonic Frontiers, that's overall still a good thing, because Sonic still is now presenting a new idea. It's presenting new gameplay formulas. Even if I don't like how Frontiers turned out, that doesn't mean other people can. That doesn't mean other people don't. And so when we have all this potential in an entire new line of storybook games. We had all these Sonic Riders games. One flop. And next thing you know, oh, never again. We're never doing that again. Goodbye. Because every time they even talk about it or hint that doing more Riders stuff gets met with the most aggressive negativity you would have ever seen. Ah, he got me. And yeah, exactly. Like, games being not nearly as bad doesn't matter, because that just means if it's different, it sucks. I mean, it kind of is Kevin Kong. I mean, there are new games that come out that offer something unique. I don't make it my entire personality to hate those games. Like, these games come out that I don't like. Boo-hoo, womp womp. It's just like, get over it at that point. I'm definitely a Martin Burke as far as Sonic voice actors go. Sonic OVA, all the way up here. Jaleel White's also one I really like a lot. At first I wasn't too big on Ben Schwartz, but he's grown on me. Why can't I jump on him? I'm trying to speedrun the boss. It's not working for me. I've really grown to like Roger Craig Smith too. Like, not necessarily as a Sonic voice, but specifically as the Sonic voice actor. Like, obviously the voice is great and all. The voice is fine. But what I've really grown to like is like how community forward Roger Craig Smith has been and how active they've been and how ridiculous they are. Like, they're straight up posting gags and memes, and they're doing silly stuff with fans at conventions. It's definitely a good sight to see. I'm just gonna get some fireballs there. I'm gonna let this one come out real quick. There we go. I always waste so many lives on this guy. I mean, if you want to watch the OVA, I watch this like all the time in the Discord server. So like, if you want to hop in the Discord server, we'll probably do an OVA watch party relatively soon. The links are just down in the description below or on my channel page. You can find the Discord server there. But yeah, the OVA is great. I watch it all the time. And maybe as like just a generic Sonic voice, Martin Burke might be a little off-putting, but with the context of all the other characters in that game, or sorry, characters in that film, it definitely just kind of hits. Because you have everybody who's kind of a little bit over the top, a little bit cocky, or, you know, the character traits that we know of are just kind of exaggerated in just the right way, so that now Sonic's cockiness really shines through in a way that isn't, you know, unbearable. Yeah, no pressure. I mean, my server is one of those servers where people join and leave at their leisure. I'm not one of those, you know, who's going to shame you for leaving the server. I got a number of people who join and leave pretty regularly. Yeah, I mean, everybody's got their preferences on how it works. On their voice actors, but I try to make a big deal. I try not to make a big deal about voice actors because at the end of the day, they're the voice that's chosen for the character. Alright, so blue shields are immune to electricity. I cannot believe I've wasted my entire life not knowing this. You know, it's kind of obvious in hindsight with the blue electricity and then the blue shield. Maybe if I actually bother to read the manual that I don't have. Like, every voice actor is good for different reasons. And whether or not, you know, you like a particular incarnation of a character, I mean, if you like them, great. If you don't, boo-hoo, that's who we're stuck with. So if I'm going to sit here and wet my pants over Roger Craig Smith, there's nothing I can do about it. And it's only going to make me look like a total tool bag if I go onto Twitter and start, you know, either begging for the guy to get fired or sending him death threats like all the other Sonic fans are doing these days. It just doesn't make sense to me. There's so many more important, bigger issues out there in the world. There's more important, bigger issues with the Sonic franchise itself. You really don't have to go to bat to make sure you slander a particular voice actor. Especially when the voice actor themselves hasn't done anything, outside of other particular voice actors that have done quite a few sketchy things. Welcome back, Motos. Oh yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You have to also take into account, I mean, sometimes the writing is just the writing. Like, Roger Craig Smith does really great in Boom because that's how Boom was written. It was written to accommodate for a voice like that. A very energetic, good for TV, good for comedy, good for silly jokes kind of voice. Whereas if Sonic was written to more accommodate for that kind of jokes, those kind of humor, it would have actually worked a lot better. But obviously, having a more limited range, it's not always the ideal. Yeah, the funny slide. Abduction by alien times. Hey, Visico, welcome on in. We're currently doing some 3D Blast. I'm playing the Saturn version right now. I'm going to be moving over to the 3D Blast on the Mega Drive shortly after. Are you a fan of 3D Blast, or are you a hater for 3D Blast? You're welcome here either way. I like it. Perfect. Let's see. Sorry, I had to 1v1 Archie Sonic, beat Sonic 3D Blast 100% 10 times, scream that Sonic Adventure sucks in front of Sonic fans. Look, I mean, I'll say it. I mean, I have multiple copies of Sonic Adventure, but I'll happily say Sonic Adventure sucks. The thing is, I mean, a lot of these games will suck to you if you're not looking for this kind of game. I mean, I'm playing Sonic 3D Blast right now, a game that definitely sucks to a lot of people. Like, a ridiculous amount of people hate Sonic 3D Blast and think it sucks because, you know, they hate exploration, they hate fun, they hate little scavenger hunt missions. Like, there's a lot of reasons to hate 3D Blast. Doesn't mean they're good reasons, but there are a lot of reasons to hate them. There's also a lot of really good reasons to like the game. I mean, you don't get this many Sonic games very often that have this much of a focus on exploration and platforming like this. And back down the slide. I subscribed? Well, hey, welcome on in. I don't necessarily do only live streams. I mean, if you're here for live stream content, most of my live streams are unlisted after the stream. But I do have more permanent content on the channel, which is I guess the most delicate way to put it is a very different vibe than my streams. My streams are a little more, I'm sitting here playing the game and yapping. Whereas my videos are very ADHD editing. Yeah, if you want to hear me yap about games in a more static format, by all means. My long-form content is there. Got one more enemy to get. There we go. Hey, 3D Blast is a great one. If you like the kind of stuff that's in here, you'll like 3D Blast. I mean, it's that simple. Just how if you hate the stuff in this game, you'll hate 3D Blast. It's all just a matter of tastes and preferences and what you're willing to put up with. Because I'm definitely not a huge fan of the long stages, which is why I'm more inclined to play something like Sonic Labyrinth usually. One more, but where? Yeah, apparently it blocks electric. I literally found that out from a Blue Hedgehog Man just now. Oh, don't worry, John Joe. We're doing the Saturn version now. We're going to switch over to the Mega Drive version after. So you haven't missed 3D Blast all the way. Just most of the way. Because this is the better one. But how you doing, John Joe? It's been a minute. Missing you. I like 3D Blast, there's not really anything else like it. Dropped Mario RPG as a kid because I didn't like the turn-based gameplay. Exactly. Where if you told a Mario RPG fan that you're not a fan of Mario RPG, they'd probably, you know, tar and feather you right there on the spot. It's weird how fan culture is so yes or no, black or white, rather than, hey, you like this game? Great. Hey, you hate this game? Great. Without, like, understanding it's not a problem with the game, and it's just a taste thing. Like, I'm not going to say, you know, Adventure 1 is better than Adventure 2, but I will say that I enjoy the platforming in Adventure 2 over the platforming in Adventure 1, but I like the level design of Adventure 1 over Adventure 2, and I like the character split in Adventure 1 over Adventure 2. Like, there's just so many different ways you can branch this stuff out. But unfortunately, that's not the Sonic community we have. It's always a good game, bad game. If you don't like it, you're the problem. Blah, blah, blah. Accepting mediocrity. Little stupid dog food meme. He's working minimum rage. Yes. I always mess up that. At least once, I always mess up that jump. Alright, should be almost there. I think what? 1 or 2 more hits, I think. Oh. I got greedy. You just like the hideous sprites, muffled sound effects, slow battles, and annoying Cloud Kid? Opinion discarded. Exactly. I also remember when this game came out in Mega Drive when it was considered revolution video gaming. Honestly, I still consider it a revolution video gaming. Obviously, Sonic fans have lost the plot and completely erased context, but I'm with you. Here we go. Panic Puppet. Panic Puppet Act 2 is definitely one of my favorites. Just because we don't have to deal with catching the flickies. Come on, let me out. Without killing me, that'd be nice. What's the next video gonna be? Kind of hard to explain. I guess you could say in some roundabout way, it's gonna be Sonic Generations. But that's not actually what it's gonna be about. You guys all know me better than that. Ah, I was trying to keep my shield. It's definitely going to be a more yap-ready video. Okay, I need one more bird. Oh, lost my rings. I need to get you. Oh, he gonna hate gens, or is it gonna be like, yeah, I'll hate nostalgia, but gens do? Nah, not quite. It's mostly just gonna be a, I don't know how to describe it really. It's a weird video. That's basically the best I got. It's a weird video. Not necessarily gonna be Generations specifically. I'm also gonna be going into Forces, going into everything else. Not quite a satire video either. Like I said, it's a weird one. But as far as my next game-focused video is going to be, I think I might do a Riders video coming up soon. I've waited long enough. Especially because there's a couple certain people that are horribly misinterpreting Riders, so I guess I have to jump in and fix everything. That was almost the perfect spin dash jump. Nope, no. I'm gonna be here forever. Wow, I messed up twice in a row. There we go. Ah, thanks 3D Blast. No, no. All right. One more time. No, no, you bluebird. All right. Here we go again. Pretzel Camp Platform Part 3. The Riders series is really, really, really good. Again, it's a spin-off, so you gotta like have that level of it's a spin-off, so I gotta chill out. But it's still a really great game. I gotta flip the switch. There we go. Yeah, people are just always going in on Riders being, you know, Riders and either hating the game or, you know, unfairly criticizing a couple of them. But I do have plans for a 3D Blast video eventually. Act 2, here we go. This is the speed run level, where we just damage boosted everything. Speakers full volume? Okay, listen close. Don't forget to like and subscribe. You hear that? Since you have your volume up, now you heard me say that at full volume. How do you feel? How do you feel? All right, here we go. What we got here? Let's get some rings and let's just start running. Ah, so close. It's fine, we're good, we're good. Song goes so hard. It's a shame the stage is so short so you can't listen to this entire song like 4 times. Just keep floating. Ah. Trying to be cool. I need to get rings. I can't make it up there without rings. It's fine. Damage boost, damage boost. All right, here we go. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a lot of games that have gotten very stale. Very stale. But apparently it's okay when New Super Mario Bros. Releases the same game 4 times in a row. But now we have, I don't know, say Sonic Colors come out, we have a port of it, and before the game's even out yet, people are complaining about it. We have Sonic reuse a single sound effect, and it's suddenly, you know, the worst thing that could possibly happen. Like, obviously they're not exactly the same game, but they also don't really do much outside of, you know, Grass World, Sand World, Fire World, Grass World a second time, Ice World. And then you do that again. They did some cool stuff, like Luigi was actually a really, really cool take on the series as well, but... Oh, wrong side. I jumped too early. Jump too late. The fire one's the one that always gets me. There we go, we got this one. And down we go. Ugh, I hate these balls. And I missed. I'm not gonna survive. Leave me alone! I'm not gonna make it. There is supposed to be a safe spot somewhere here. I just never remember. Oh, there goes my ring. I died. I should have died there. Yeah, like Balls 3D. Fighting at its ballsiest. Yes, now it's the final boss. Should we take bets if I'm going to do it first try or not? How many first try truthers do we have in the chat? Okay, so we got two first try truthers. Alright. Next phase. I like this phase. This phase is nice. That phase is easy to me. That one doesn't bully me. I don't really mess that one up very often. Now this one hates me. Alright, let's grab the rest of these rings. Just a regular metal egg. I mean, his name is Eggman, and it's about time we get some more egg representation. Ooh, that was cutting it a little close there. Ah, ha, ha. Pranked. I used to really suck at this phase. I don't know why this one gave me so much trouble, but it used to just completely destroy me. All right, here we go. If you're on stream delay, sucks to suck, because we're about to make it. There we go. First try, no damage. Let's do it. Ooh. Yeah. We got it. Not bad. 356. Now, if you notice, my 7-Eleven strawberry lemonade is now empty. Whatever will I do? Now that we're starting on the Mega Drive, I have another flavor, Citrus Berry Punch. I didn't plan to have 2 separate drinks for 2 separate games. It just worked out like that. And now we saved Flicky Island. Or Flicky's Island. So for their foods and their drinks, they use a different logo than the one they actually use in their convenience stores. I love this song. I wish it weren't so hot in here, though, because I'm sweating up a storm. It's so good. Like, I feel so bad, like, if I were to cut the music right now, just because I very much enjoy this soundtrack. Blueberry and peach lemonade are criminally underrated. Honestly, a lot of lemonades are criminally underrated. Like, if you make a lemonade, I will probably drink it. I enjoy lemonades. The only lemonades I have not particularly enjoyed, I was not too big into Mike's Hard Lemonade. It's okay, I guess, but Arizona is a much better hard lemonade. For those of you in my chat who are of legal drinking age in your country. I probably won't drink any on stream because, you know, I know alcohol and live streams are kind of weird, and unless you have like 20,000 subscribers, you're not allowed to really do that. All right, there we go. 1996 copyright date. And now we can move on to 3D Blast on the Mega Drive. As soon as we let Sonic finish his little point. Oh, I love Arizona. Arizona would be like, if I could have any brand sponsor me, it would be Arizona. Straight up. Because it's like, for me, being an affordable drink or being an affordable product is like my number one thing. Like the microphone I'm using right now, I'm actually part of the Fi Fine gang because I use a Fi Fine mic. It's, you know, a very, very, very cheap mic, and it does what it needs to do. It's obviously not the most highest end mic out there, but for what I paid for it, $40, this is definitely like the microphone to get. It's like I'm not some crazy high-end streamer. I literally do this in between my other videos. So having like Arizona, where they go out of their way to make sure their drinks stay 99 cents or $1.29 if you're in Canada. Good call. Anyway, since Saturn's done, my work here is done. Oh, are you leaving us, Kevin Kong? You leaving us? The Genesis version, the worst version. I'm glad I have propagandized you very well. The Saturn version is definitely the better version as far as I'm concerned, but it's all right. I do still enjoy this one, and we're going to pop it in. We're going to play it on hardware. Let me just get my cables switched over. So, here we go. Let me give you some Sonic content. Oh, that's not the right warning. There we go. Here you go. Enjoy your Sonic content while I'm gone. Yeah, I know. I know my mic's on. I'm assuming you guys would like to hear my background noise. I mean, if you like, I could turn on the actual music. It'll be over in a sec. Don't worry, I wasn't planning on doing some secret karaoke or anything. Alright, so let's put the Creamway Surfers away. Alright. Now, my Mega Drive does have some issues reading cartridges. I actually have to give the pins inside the console a little bit of a clean. But let's see if this is good enough. Alright, I like what we're seeing so far. We got the license screen and we got the Sega screen. Alright. Hey man, after the Sharpie incident, no, trust me, I take precautions. I don't do anything suspicious until I've shut down OBS. That's when I take my pants off. Hey, No Name, welcome. And now, John Joe, you gotta sit here and witness the entirety of 3D Blast. Flickies are mysterious birds. I really do love these intro cutscenes. It's definitely a shame the Saturn version didn't have the same. I was here before when you were still playing the Saturn version. Cool, cool. I'm actually going to be playing on a 3-button controller this time around. I normally play on a 6. It's very different to hold a 3-button now. That's alright, we know the story. Yeah, I know you said piss filter. I was talking about John Joe, who got here late in the Saturn version. And now you might notice it looks a little bit different than most 3D Blast Mega Drive plays. Even now, I'm noticing it. But since I'm playing this on through SCART, through RGB, and through a RetroTink, I'm actually getting really bright colors. Normally, it's a little more washed out when people play this from hardware. Hey, I didn't want to miss you. Come back. Now, because in this version we can actually get both emeralds in each act, what we're going to do here, I'm actually going to deliberately farm lives. Yeah, the Switch Online, the NSO controller is a 3-button, which definitely sucks because I like the 6-button form factor so much better. But also, as a Saturn diehard, it kind of makes sense. Am I really 1 ring short? I am 1 ring short. No. No. Absolutely pranked. Alright, we'll just get to the next area. Honestly, they could be doing so much more with NSO. I mean, for one, they could just straight up do a virtual console already, because NSO is kind of trash. But also with the number of games they have available, it just doesn't make sense to continuously keep, you know, cock-blocking us. Not only from the games we want, but also from the service that we want. Oh, Japan only 6-button? Yeah, makes sense. That's Nintendo for you. Alright, now I'm gonna get my butt whooped on these special stages. I'm not very good at them. These ones I usually gotta take a death just to restart. The first couple are usually alright. Alright, there we go. I mean, hey, simple solution. Don't die. If you lose a life from dying in the special stages, don't die. Alright, so let's grab ourselves another 100 rings. Because luckily, once you clear out a special stage, you get to farm a whole bunch of rings again. I love my Nintendo PC. Thank you, Prestige. Honestly, there's a lot of stuff that Japan does that we don't get. I mean, right now, people are, of course, upset that the Sonic manga is currently still only available in Japan. You know, a Japanese medium for a Japanese audience that's currently only available in Japan. Like, it sucks, for sure, but it's pretty rare that a full manga gets day one translations and localizations and prints. Especially for a video game-related manga. Again, it sucks, but I don't know. People are just a little impatient here. To the point they're willing to get this entire series canceled by sharing scans and bogus translations online. Honestly, a lot of buyouts never really pan out super well. And yeah, like when the studios get bought out or paid to do something else due to their great resume, they end up stagnating quite a bit. Like, you know, take Traveler's Tales is a good example of that, where they end up becoming the Lego guys for so long. Although they have definitely turned around a little bit. They've at least John Burton is now the I guess the COO of 1010 Games. You know, still a TT sort of sounding name. But they just did their Funko Fusion game. That came out pretty recently. I definitely want to give that a try. Oh yeah, if you get the Lego contract, you're set for life. Lego is a huge, huge company, and they're really cool. Like, they do a lot of really cool stuff, gaming-wise, build-wise. I mean, I kind of wish some of their Lego sets were a little bit cheaper because I'm broke, but I kind of understand their mindset there. Oh yeah. It's Funko. Funko stuff is not supposed to be good. I feel like there might be something sneaky going on under the hood in Funko Fusion that I definitely want to take a look at myself. Not because the game is going to be inherently good. I actually cannot stand Funko Pops. Of all the things in this world that I hate, Funko Pops is definitely in my top 10 lists of things I hate. Alright, Tails, you better enjoy these 200 rings. I enjoyed Yoshi's Cookie quite a lot. I remember when I was playing that on my own cough Nintendo PC. Way back in the day. I definitely had to use save states for a lot of it, but it was definitely a really fun puzzle game, and I liked it a lot. See, speaking of which, they're retiring the Green Hill Zone set, so if you want it, best get it now. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Luckily, I'm not really too married to specific sets with the Lego. I'm more into, like, the specific cool pieces and, like, maybe mini builds. Because, like, I typically like to, when I was playing with Lego as a kid, I would actually mix stuff from different sets together all the time. Like, I've never really liked Star Wars. I might even have Star Wars on my list of top 10 things I hate. But at the same time, the Lego Star Wars sets were pretty cool because they had some of the most unique parts to build with. That and the lightsabers were also a lot of fun to just stick on any random character. Nah, Motos, if you ask for a pin, you're not getting the pin. That's like the given. You gotta earn the pin. Based on one of the collectibles in the game, you'll know it when you see it. I think the game is definitely a bit tongue-in-cheek. Yeah, I'd imagine there's probably some, maybe some bitterness, I'd imagine, going on in that series. Because, like, Funko Fusion, despite not being a Lego game, is probably still going to play similarly to 1 because they go from one licensed property to another. Now, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, Lego games, despite being a little bit stale up until recently, like the Lego Star Wars, the Lego Indiana Jones, the Lego whatevers, The games were very, very similar and definitely stagnated a bit, but they definitely turned it around. Like with the new Lego Star Wars game, definitely blew it out of the park. And then you also have, of course, the Undercover Cop series. I actually did a stream of that on Twitch not too long ago. I want to get back to that because we didn't get too very far in it. No, we just finished the Saturn version. So we restarted the game, but now we're on the Mega Drive version. So we just started this one. Maybe like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, the pod racing. Honestly, the pod racing kind of ruined it for me in the in all the other Star Wars games I've played as well. Hey, no worries about it. I'm an ex-Twitch streamer, so by default, I am more than prepared to handle lurkers. If you'd like to lurk, by all means, enjoy it. Oh yeah, no, the Saturn version is bar none my favorite one. Yeah, I did have to shave. My bald spots were getting really bad. For longtime Pretzel viewers will know that I get really bad bald patches on the side of my face because my beard doesn't grow unevenly. So, yeah. I definitely had to shave it down. It was very, very noticeable. Both sides were really bad this time. Normally, it's just one side that's pretty bad. Yeah, importing stuff has basically been the formula for a while for a lot of people. Okay, guys, so remember what happened in the Saturn version where I got out of the Knuckles special stage, had no shield, no rings, and I walked right into that purple mine? Remind me to not do that this time. Because by the time you guys see this on stream delay, it'll probably be time for you to remind me. So as soon as you hear, hey, don't run into the purple mine, go ahead and write, hey, don't run into the purple mine, right into chat. All right? Just make sure I don't run into that purple mine, like I do every single time I play this game. That is like the best Sonic prank. The troll purple mine right there. Hey, Pretz, that mine is grape flavored. Take a huge bite. Got it, got it. Don't run into the purple mine. Thank you, No Name. Thank you. You know what? Just because. Just because. Just to annoy Mr. Motos. There you go. I'm sorry, Motos. $2 donation if you run to the purple mine? Bet. Bet. Listen, I'll do a lot of things for money. I'll run into a purple mine for money. Because that's mine $2. Which, I guess speaking of YouTube money, I know you guys don't really care about this, but we finally have enough views on my my videos now. I got my own, I have a YouTube check coming in. It's nothing huge, and I'm just going to be using it to pay off some bills, but I mean, I just want to say thanks, I guess. Thanks, guys, for watching my stuff as much as you have. Because now I actually have a real YouTube check so that my dad can get off my back and tell me, you know, stop telling me that I'm a disappointment to the family or whatever for being, you know, such a content creator. What do you mean by that? What do I mean by what specifically? Because I said a lot of stuff in the last, 5 minutes. All right, Tails time. 2 Wendy's dollars is 2 Wendy's dollars. Thank you. Ooh, come on. Okay, we got our first 50. I really don't want to mess up these special stages. I'm terrible at these. Don't let my gameplay fool you. I've gotten so lucky on all of these special stages so far. I am usually never this goated at them. I am completely and utterly ungoated. If anything, I am sheeped with no sauce. This has just been pure luck. I've just gone Ultra Instinct on these stages. I'll pay you in mod play run into a mine. Well, the mines are gone right now, but there will be some in another level. Oh, there are those ones, I guess. Let's see. He ran to a mine. You guys happy now? I don't know where stream delay is. I did run into that purple mine outside of the special stage. There you go. I think I actually got to continue. Can I break this? Ah, yes. I haven't been back here in a while. I used to do this as a kid, but I never did this again. I wonder why. All right, let's take this cannon, see where it launches me. And now I'm back at the start. Honestly, I'd love to do that, but it's just not, I'm not capable. As much as I love Chuck E. Cheese tokens and would love to collect some, I've actually almost ordered a whole bunch off eBay. Except, I have to save money and I can't just be buying silly stuff like this. But Chuck E. Cheese tokens would be hilarious to own. .3D Blast, no miss. I wish. I wish. It should be. It should be turned on. I have monetization turned on, and I can click it. Yeah, I can send one. Even though it's mine, so I guess that makes sense, but... You might have to maybe refresh the page if you want. I mean, obviously, you don't have to if you don't. You don't have to. It's just a joke, but... You might be able to try super chats rather than just a traditional donation. All right, let's go. We got 9 lives, 4 emeralds. Super weird. Maybe YouTube knows my credit history. I'll buy a subscription instead. Obviously, subs are not required, but definitely mean a lot. The more subs we get, the more emotes I can put in my channel. So... if you'd like to join the sub club, we do have some small little perks. For example, I do I have a private Discord server. Well, I have the Discord server with a private channel inside of it. There's nothing much in there often, but like that's where I put my in-development screenshots of my YouTube video, sometimes some workout pics. It's marked as 18 plus just in case. I just wish Discord had like a PG-13 or even like a PG-16 option rather than just a full 18 or, you know, anybody else. I don't know when this would ever be applicable, but if you ever find an excuse to do a live action segment, oh yeah, I've wanted to do that gag for a while. It'll probably happen eventually. We have a Target not too far from us. The problem is it's one of those shopping complex Targets, like the ones that are basically in an outdoor strip mall. So there actually isn't any red orbs outside the building. But I think there is a red orb inside the Target. If I ever start Discord server, I'd have channels rated PG 1 through 4 because Peter Gabriel. John Joe, thanks so much for joining on in. And now I think you have a red Puyo because this is your first membership, I believe. Awesome to see you in here, though. Enjoy the membership perks. Alright, so we got ourselves our rings. Honestly, if I had the 3D Blast Tiger, I would definitely play that today. I do have the Sonic R Tigers, but I don't think those count. And also, it's really hard to capture them. Yeah. Really sucks, because, like, there's definitely a level of content between PG-13 and Rated M, but, you know, YouTube doesn't seem to think that way. It's always going to be preschoolers or, you know, you're a sex pest. And while I do find my content is definitely appropriate for the PG-13 age bracket, it's definitely not appropriate for anybody below that. That's why none of my videos are marked for kids. But that being said, the Sonic content curse is inevitable. I'm sure one of my videos will one day be marked as for kids, and I'll have to fight YouTube to get it unmarked. Which is part of the reason why I keep so many weird, risque jokes in my video. So that way I can just, like, you know, go onto Twitter, post some timestamps, and say, hey, this is not for kids. Fix it immediately. This is literally a dick joke. Come on. No, my rings! How many do I need? Please tell me it's like 170. Okay, we're good. Okay. Close. Alright, so we got 5. We can get Knuckles in the next area. I know where Knuckles is, I think. Yeah, the near fumble was crazy. I didn't fumble any of the Saturn special stages. Or you could use that livery more often. Oh boy. Yes, yes. That very special livery from Forza that was featured in one video. But just so everybody knows, that livery got me banned from Forza for 2 weeks. Those Chaos Emeralds look scrumptious. Do you think they taste more like Ring Pops or Jolly Ranchers? Definitely Jolly Ranchers, for a few reasons. One, I really am not a fan of Ring Pops. I feel like having that piece of plastic in the way kind of ruins the experience. But, you know, the Chaos Emeralds may or may not actually have a canonical flavor. And I'm not just talking about the Tails tube. The Emerald flavors have been a thing for a while. Or at least the Emerald contents, and maybe even the Emerald smells. Like, there's a reason I call the green emerald the fart emerald. I mean, the candy's okay, but I feel like it's kind of weird to say for candy, but I think the ring pops are just a little too sweet, too. Especially with the, you know, the plastic in the way that makes it impossible to eat. Please don't elaborate further. Actually, don't. Listen, Sonic lore is a trip, and the sooner you just accept that anything could happen, Sonic can do anything, Sonic can be anything, it makes your life so much easier. Exactly. Everything is canon. Even things that I don't want to be canon are canon. Why on earth do the emeralds have canonical smells of all things? Like, I mean, we know what they were made of. We know the Chaos Emeralds are literally made of chaos, as in any chaotic thought that somebody has had, any chaotic action, whether it's pollution, whether it's picking your nose, whether it's farting and blaming somebody else, there has always been the content. There's always been the content of the emeralds and what the emeralds actually are. Whether or not you choose to accept it, that's your own choice. But the Sonic canon is here. Always has been. And yeah, Tails has smoked a cigarette. I'm gonna get that shield. Don't want to miss Knuckles. I think that's where Knuckles is, up there. Oh yeah, no, that's easy. That's simple magic. I mean, considering we have Nagas and everybody in the Satam and Archie universes, I mean, it's pretty easy to get that. All right, Knuckles. All right. Emerald 6, baby. I feel like Tails' was a little bit harder than this. Do you actually move faster in Tails'? Or am I just, like, gaslighting myself here? Okay, collect 100. I can do that. All right, 150. I got this. No fumbles. There you go. We got 150. Let's just get out of here. Watch for the spikes. There's so many of them. All right. Now we have the final emerald. That'll be in the next act, and we'll be good to go. This is the one thing I really do like about the Mega Drive version over the Saturn version. Being able to get so many things in one run. And Sonic goes back to heaven. Goodbye, Sonic. Alright. Now, I want to say Knuckles is actually, like, in, like, this or something. It's very close to the start. One of the characters, I think, is. There he is. Which means you have to go up and above, I think. There it is. I think it's that hole over there. I mean, it'd be nice to see fusions. I just don't want them to rush into it just yet. Because I feel like there's still so much to explore with the characters as themselves before we need to actually start tacking in fusion as just a catch-all MacGuffin. Like, we haven't even really reached a point where the big bad is even strong enough to warrant that level of fusion. Like, Sonic could handle the end and everything. Like, we really don't need fusion just yet. Like, maybe if we ever got to a point where an enemy really was that powerful, that even at the peakest of peaks individually, the characters couldn't handle it, then sure. But we haven't even really had to deal with any character that, or any bad guy that was too strong. Like, honestly, Super Knuckles could have taken down probably most of the Titans. That wasn't just a joke. Super Knuckles could just do that. Oh, that was almost a fumble. That was almost a fumble. But there we go. All 7. We're good to go. You know what, Jinx? I'm with you. Don't listen to the haters. Don't listen to the haters. 1,000-mile-per-hour kissing. That's how we fuse in the Sonic universe. And that's exactly why Sonic and Amy have never kissed, because it'd reveal fusion too early. That, and they're also a horrible couple. But Fred's what? Look, I'm telling you. That's the canonical reason why nobody can date in the Sonic universe. Because as soon as they kiss, fusion happens. That's probably the reason why Sonic also can't cry. Just like Elise, Sonic can't cry because he's the Iblis trigger. Who knows? There's a lot of funny little inconsistencies like this. They're just kind of fun to mess with. Maybe they're not inconsistencies. Maybe it's actually just lore. You call it a plot hole. I call it a plot device. Hey, Ed and Ein. How are you doing? I have not seen you in a minute. You came in at a great time. Yeah, fusion dances are nice and all, but I think it'd be too comical. It's gotta be smooching. It's gotta be just straight up, like, lips smacking, just mwah. And that's why half the cast will never experience fusion, because they just aren't of age to be smooching yet. And that being said, the Gogeta kiss fusion would go so hard. Look, Mr. Motos, just because you're a hater and you're afraid of progress doesn't mean the rest of the world is. Sega, hire me? Jinx, you got it. You got the job. Now make them kiss. Make all of them kiss. The vibes are always immaculate in the pretzel streams. I'm happy to be of service, Ed9. We actually just finished through the Saturn version, and now we're playing the Mega Drive version. Oh, not fast enough. Yeah, exactly. Wheeze can make Sonic and Shadow Kiss. It's fine. It totally goes against literally everything I have written out in my timeline headcanon nonsense, but you know what? Screw it. Make Sonic and Shadow Kiss. Just do it. See if I care. I mean, I'm not against Sonato for shipping reasons. I'm up against it for other reasons, but I can't really get into those right now because it would make me seem too crazy, and I might accidentally spoil the ending of Sonic X Shadow Generations. Yeah, the Sonic 06 sequel. Sonic kisses everybody. Okay, but by that regard, John Joe, you ever seen My Life as a Teenage Robot? She's technically only like 3 years old, but she's made as a teenager, so it's fine. It's fine for the teenage boy to be in love with Jenny, because she's a teenager. They had a whole episode based on this. And also, Shadow was frozen in time. Does that mean that Aang cannot be getting with that Katara? No. He was just frozen in time. It's fine. Stasis chambers negate all of that. Plus, with all the time Goku spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, do we even want to know the kind of age gap that him and Chi-Chi actually have? I mean, especially Gohan and Videl. I mean, I do love Videl a lot, and if Gohan decides to fail, I mean, I will happily step up. Videl, call me. But that being said, I mean, Gohan was definitely in that time chamber for quite some time. In addition to just the training for the Buu arc and all of that nonsense. So if we're gonna go like age gaps for Stasis, oh boy. Especially because the thing is, Saiyans canonically do not show their age until a very, very long time in. That's just what we're told. That's just what we've seen on screen. Who's to say there isn't more time spent in the chamber afterwards? I mean, isn't that the start of GT, where Goku accidentally spends way too long in the hyperbolic time chamber? He only thinks he spent like a day or two in there, but he actually spent like, you know, quite a while. And then of course the Dragon Ball, the Black Dragon Ball wish. And yeah, Rosalina is also a really great example. Look, I am just as, you know, watch your ships as the next guy, but I'm not gonna yuck somebody's yum just over a totally made up and fake little gap. That being said, don't be deliberately making the most disgusting pairings possible just because ha, no age gap. Like, no, that's absolutely not what I'm saying. But that's how Sonic Twitter always tends to interpret this. Like, for example, I don't know if you guys are in some of these nasty circles, but there's a particular, I guess, freak is the best way to put him, on Sonic Twitter these days, who puts some very gross images of very clearly not old enough characters on their feed. Like, there's a limit. There's definitely a very hard and obvious limit here. Yeah, Sonic Twitter is just not something to be trusted for nuanced opinions, especially when it comes to shipping. It's one of the reasons why I don't really ship anything myself. Mostly because shipping is kind of dumb, but also because the real ship is never the one that makes it. For example, people are always fighting over Team Jacob and Team Edward. Both of you are wrong. It was Team Alice all along. It was always Team Alice. Miss Pretzel, the only person I follow for Sonic Twitter is you. Should I change it? I mean, if you want to meet more freaks, by all means. Sonic Twitter is definitely not the vibe you want to go for. Rosalina's 7 feet tall, hear me out. Oh no, you've already been heard. That's a lot of feet. I didn't know you were into that, but cool. Good on you. Sonic YouTube is the only safe space, which ironically enough, it genuinely is, and that's so weird for me to think about, because I remember how Sonic YouTube used to be. I was here when Sonic YouTube was formed. Like, you guys know I'm an old fart, right? So, we got, you know, back in 2005, right? YouTube got its start late 2005 publicly. And then, of course, right after 2005, not only do we have Shadow the Hedgehog come out, but we also have Sonic 2006 come out. Sonic YouTube was always a cesspool. And now all of a sudden, now that all the cesspoolies went to Sonic Twitter, all of a sudden now, YouTube is just cleared out. The freaks are moving on. Now, there are still some nasty Sonic tubers out at play. People that don't understand the series still using their opinions to be law. But at the same time, it's a lot easier to ignore them now. Because, like, I've been hearing these same names for the last year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years in some cases. Like, I'm not going out here to watch Game Grumps Sonic reviews anymore. Like, it's over with. It's done. I didn't even really like the first ones. JonTron hit that Sonic R review, I was immediately done with the channel. Straight up. Like, I have not watched that channel since. Which, you know, honestly is kind of for the best, given what that particular creator's gotten into, but that's just my own little moral high ground here. Listen, Modus, you don't gotta say hear me out. You've been heard. There are a lot of characters that might seem a little weird, but you know what? You right. Like, you guys saw my little Einstein poll, right? Or all those times I talked about the Scooby-Doo Ghoul School girls. Those gals had like a lock on me when I was a kid. Telling you. Anybody who watched the Scooby-Doo Ghoul School know exactly what I'm talking about. Phantasma basically shaped my taste in women. Well, actually, Mr. Moto, she's a good guy, so she's actually not bad. She's very good. She might have a little bit of an antisocial demeanor. She might, you know, obviously have fire powers and a bit standoffish, but she's not a bad guy. She's not a bad guy at all. She's not a baddie, she's a goodie. I need to go this way. I mean, retroactively, I was super into number 5 as Candy. Yeah, number 5 was really cool too. I was definitely more of a number 3 myself. Something about the oversized sweaters get me every time. Just don't tell my wife that, who I realize is actually laying down on the ground next to me right now. Numpty says, a lot of gaming content on YouTube is at best awful. Yeah, we get it. Person X doesn't like a game, so they make a 5-hour essay on it. Yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons why I try to keep my videos on the shorter side, because honestly, nobody needs another 5-hour video essay telling you about how much of a game sucks. Like, if you hate a game, great. Don't make it everybody else's problem. There's so many games out there that even if you hate them, other people still enjoy them. And I would much rather observe and find out how somebody could enjoy something I don't, rather than sit here and tell you guys that the game sucks because I don't like it. Like, there's crazy ways to enjoy games I would have never considered. And that's how a lot of games still maintain relevancy this late in the game. I mean, you still have people playing games like, you know, Mario RPG, like Zool, like half these Sonic games, because of the reasons that they hold just different gameplay elements than traditional games. She's not dead, but she is dead tired. We've been doing a lot of traveling over the last couple weeks. We actually just got back from a friend's place up in New York. That's where I was last week. Last time I played a game and I wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it, I uninstalled it and played something else instead. Numpty, no, you can't do that. That makes too much sense. That's what normal people do. Don't you know when you don't like a game, you have to go onto YouTube, you have to first chat GPT a very negative script towards it, and then you have to complain about it for at least an hour so you get that ad revenue. And then anytime somebody says something in the comments that goes literally against everything you said because you didn't research your topic whatsoever, then all you gotta do after that is just delete the comment. It's a lot of work, but that's how you can play a game. When I was a kid, I was like, what is she doing to my body? But now I'm older and it's like, wow, she was adorable. Very well written and depicted. Yeah, Prestige. Yeah. Very, very well written and well depicted. I get you. I get you. Wasn't the Wii U the last console to directly read off the disc instead of installing to the system storage? Possibly. Fine, Ewan. I'll let you know once I've uploaded my 23-day rant on why Force Commander is the worst game ever and my PP fall off. Thank you, Numpty. Thank you. I expect to see it. I'll watch it 3 times. I'll make sure my comment is very insightful. It's going to be 2 words. It'll be nah. You can also, illegally and against YouTube TOS buy some views for it. That's what a lot of big creators do. Who needs the time to actually source your actual audience and do real market research when you could just, buy the views instead, right? Don't do it because it'll get your account hacked. But if you get your account hacked, it's for the views and for the clout, right? If a game that makes you want to drop it in the first hour or so, that's a point worth pointing out. Yeah, it's also a point worth pointing out that these games are not being shadow dropped. These games are not just like, oh, by the way, this game is out. The only games that are like that are those cheap licensed budget games you'd find in the Walmart $5 bin. Most of these games come with trailers, teasers, gameplay footage, Nintendo Treehouse, demo events. If you are buying a game completely and entirely uninformed, just impulse buying off the shelf, you kind of deserve to get the oops, I accidentally bought a bad game feeling. Because that happened to a lot of people. I mean, we went through all of that. Anybody who's over 12 went through that. The idea that games were just inherently going to always be good just because we wanted them to be, that's something that's a very new invention. There's a lot of games that I wanted to be good that ended up being complete and total garbage because there was no means of watching trailers. The best we got was a magazine article or a TV spot, and even then, you got a still pretty good idea of what the game was going to be. And that's why Sony was able to capitalize so much on these strict CGI-only trailers that everybody hates. That's like their entire MO now. Because they realize when they show gameplay, a lot of their games fall short because the games themselves are not even games. It's just, walking simulators, RPGs, farming, games that people don't want to play. That's why a lot of studios are afraid to show gameplay in their teasers now. I saw someone say, hear me out, Tomoto's on a comment section for a vid. Should I be concerned? Hey, it's the Sonic Chronicles music. Or the back of the box where it was covered in warnings and legal information. Yeah, exactly. There's definitely always been means of figuring out what a game is and what it's going to do. But people want to pretend that, it's all this big scary world of false advertising when I don't know, bro. You're the only one false advertising to yourself. Like certain people have made their YouTube videos right now. The current trend on Sonic YouTube is complaining about false advertising. When I don't know, it's hardly false advertising when they show you a trailer They show you gameplay, and you still decide to buy the game. Like, again, that's kind of just like a you problem at that point. Most normal people don't buy games with a pre-order 3 months before the game even comes out. That's like a fan-specific detail that people seem to forget about. Like, I didn't pre-order Frontiers. I didn't get Frontiers day one. I wasn't sold on the game, and I still wasn't sold on the game. I actually won a copy of it. And, you know, it's a great game. It's just not the game I was looking for. Like, I was looking for the open zone gameplay that I'm familiar with in something like, even say this game or Sonic R. But obviously that's not the open zone gameplay that I got in Frontiers. Instead, we got, you know, cute little obstacle courses. We got collectathons. You know, big day for Banjo-Kazooie fans, but not me. I wouldn't quite say Breath of the Wild, but with Sonic, because Breath of the Wild, but with Sonic would be pretty lit. Like, I'm just thinking about like, all the times, like, I've wanted to just, you know, I'm saying to myself, wouldn't it be so nice if I could just go really, really fast in Breath of the Wild? Like, being able to just, like, more than just sprint, like, straight up book it. Straight up juice and jam time, Breath of the Wild. And that's when I had the most fun with the game, when I started exploiting the game systems, like the stasis to, like, rocket myself away. That was when the game really opened up and when I really started enjoying it more. But until then, I mean, I also didn't have, I had my reservations with Breath of the Wild as well. Like, I was also not a big fan of that game. I mean, it's a great game, don't get me wrong. I definitely put over 100 hours into it, so it's not like it's a bad game at all. I wouldn't put 100 hours into a bad game. But at the same time, it's also, you know, it's reasonable for me to understand why people were a little displeased with it. Especially if people are coming to a Zelda game expecting more, you know, tropey dungeons. Like, they're used to having the fire dungeon, the water dungeon, and they just get a whole bunch of shrines. Which, ironically enough, was one of the parts I actually really enjoyed about it. There might have been a little too many shrines for my taste, but there definitely was a branch away from the traditional Zelda formula that I was definitely getting a little sick of at that point. And that's one of the reasons why I appreciated Sonic Frontiers. Even though it's not a game I personally enjoy very much, it's still very easy to appreciate the changes they made within that game to show that they're finally not trying to just appease the same 3 fans anymore. They're actually trying to branch stuff out, do other things, introduce concepts from other games. Like, we actually finally had a traditional brawler again. Outside of, you know, after Unleashed, people gave up on the brawling Sonic. Which I want to see more. Like, I would love to see more brawler Sonic. I just would rather see a more game focused around a brawler Sonic rather than a game that's just kind of a hodgepodge mix of a whole bunch of different mechanics. If that makes sense. The thing about Frontier is that the presentation turned me off it. Too minimalist, no charm, and the character control looks too stiff. It actually isn't as stiff as people say it is. And the style being so kind of plain and not colorful, I feel like it's kind of the intention of what they're going for. Because, again, it's not something I personally enjoy, but I'm not going to knock the game for it specifically because that's what they tried to do. That'd be like me complaining about Mario Kart where everybody's inside of a go-kart. Like, that's the point. It's supposed to be taking place on these remote islands that are supposed to be very generic-looking islands. Like, I would have much rather loved to see something more like this with, you know, more colors, more weird environment details, more springs and all that. But they chose to go for a more, you know, island X-industrial look for the entire game. And then they even reused a couple of the islands at the end because, again, the islands are designed to be totally remote, unexplored islands. So again, it's just the vibe they're going for, and not necessarily something I would actually dig against the game for, but it is something that I would not enjoy myself. Like, again, like, my personal tastes are very different than how I'd actually review the game. Come on, get... There we go. And yeah, a Flicky 2 Electric Birdaloo would be definitely something I'd want to play. May as well be this game, honestly. I think up here was just Tails, right? Yeah. Alright, next section. Nope, don't want that. Alright, we're almost out of Diamond Dust. Very long stage. Oh, Amazon just finally decided to ship my SNK Mini and a pile of Blu-rays. Ah, nice. Mr. Pretzel, you completed the game twice? Yes, we're playing this now on the Sega Genesis. We played through Saturn, now we're playing here. I mean, that's the thing. Riders had a specific theme in mind. If you're not a fan of, like, futuristic, little cityscapes like that, it's really, you probably wouldn't enjoy the theming of Riders. Same thing with Zero Gravity. They did have some variety, but overall it still fit the same theme. Just how Frontiers, everything there was still variety, but everything still fit the same theme of being a remote, desolate island. Like, they didn't have nearly as branching out designs as, say, something like this, or like Angel Island would have. But that's because it's not supposed to be Angel Island. It's not supposed to be 3D Blast. It's the Starfall Islands. And yeah, the UI is very plain, but that's not a problem with, you know, the actual game outside of the UI. The UI would definitely use a nice spruce up. But that's the case with a lot of games. Honestly, even the Riders UI is pretty plain. Compared to what you would get at the time, if you just looked up, you know, 20XX layout, you'd find very similar overlays. Especially when it comes to Zero Gravity's overlay. Because that's just the vibe they're going for. They're going for a futuristic sci-fi look. I think there was even a Star Trek game that came out that had a pretty similar layout to that. Having the colors, having the, you know, not quite like that like heavy synth sort of sound. It's a very normal thing for a lot of futuristic games. I mean, I had played F-Zero GX, very similar layout to that. And plus, people were, you know, looking for a more minimalistic Sonic as well. So while as much as I would have loved to have one that's very stand out, pop out, very original, very unique, people were complaining about how crazy these Sonic games were getting, how many weird mechanics they were adding, how many things they were changing, how different everything was looking. So having a minimalist design was probably an intentional design choice by the developers to have that little minimalist design, because people got sick of how varied everything was. They got sick of how diverse everything was. They got sick of how much fun everything was. Because again, you got to realize, we're a different kind of Sonic fan over here, because we actually like Sonic. But the Sonic fans they were trying to please were the people that, you know, may or may not actually be Sonic fans whatsoever. Which is probably why the game actually took off pretty well. It's like, I very much enjoy Sonic Lost World, but Sonic Lost World is not a game that appeals to basically anybody else but me. And yeah, Mania is a great example. Mania is definitely a game that, if you're not looking for that sort of art style, it might be a bit grating. Especially like the, you know, the brighter palette on the Sonic characters. Which personally, I actually really like a lot. I like, you know, the brighter classic Sonic colors. I like the more neon look. I can almost make that. Let's see, we're almost through this level. We got 2 more enemies, and I think this is the last section. Yep, there we go. Oh yeah, I mean, they definitely stylized it more, but that's the point. Riders was going for stylization. That's like me saying Jet Set Radio has a better UI than Crash Bandicoot. It's just totally different design philosophies at play here. Like, Jet Set Radio went for a stylized look. There's flair, there's design, it's cell shading, it was new, it was fresh. That was the vibe they're going for, opposed to just simply, you know, let's just do it. Let's just make a game. We need a start menu. Let's put one together. That's not to say having a minimalist design is a bad thing, but that's just definitely how a lot of games are at play here. When you go out to design something to look and play and act one certain way, that's how it's supposed to be. Whether or not I like that one certain way, or whether or not I would have preferred something else, is entirely separate from what the game was trying to do. I mean, the UI in this game is disgustingly plain. You literally just have a wooden block with start game, options, sound test. Especially the Saturn version. Because all the presentation in this game, on the Saturn version especially, went towards a, you know, having a more living environment. There's just a lot of intention and context at play with a lot of different games, especially Sonic games. I mean, Sonic and the Black Knight, there's no, like, living models there. It's, well, outside, like, certain cutscenes, you literally just have to deal with these PNGs dancing around in a chat screen. That doesn't mean it's bad. It's just not, it's going for a different style. And while I much would have preferred to have fully rendered CGI cutscenes for every little dialogue blip in that game, it just doesn't make sense to do that when that's not what they're trying to go for with the storybook titles. They were very much going for something entirely different. What's this last enemy? There it is. Alright, almost up there. It's alright, KBX. I'm sure I'll do it again sometime. Well, yeah, but why would you want to have the same style in Frontiers when Frontiers is not some futuristic, like, you know, sci-fi game? Sonic Frontiers is a minimalist game. All the islands are very plain Jane, so it kind of makes sense the UI would also be very plain Jane. It's kind of, you know, from its design point and everything it is, Frontiers is Frontiers. It's literally the point of the game, so they have everything follow up with it. And yeah, like having a layout like F-Zero or Metroid works in the context of a game that's trying to be like F-Zero or Metroid. But like the F-Zero GX logos, for example, the logos and UI design, and even the track design is very similar to what we got out of Sonic Riders, and that's intentional because F-Zero GX takes place in a futuristic setting, opposed to other games that do not take place in a futuristic sci-fi setting. Now, in a game like Sonic Mania, you could just copy and paste that layout over into Sonic Frontiers, but it wouldn't make sense because Sonic Frontiers is not a bright, colorful, look at us at Sonic Mania, we're celebrating all the years of Sonic. It was literally a game where you're on a deserted island that has never had anything else. Nobody's ever been on these islands. You don't know anything about these islands. So yeah, you have this very plain gray and black menuing system with a very simplistic and boring skill tree. That's the point of the game. It's not supposed to be this is a Sonic game, here's our clear Sonic indicators, look at this, it's baldy nose hair. Like, you literally have a game built around that idea. Okay, one more monster. Where are you hiding? And yeah, it definitely can impact the experience, but you can't just willy-nilly throw in any random design. You have to have it stylized to it. And there's not really a whole lot you can do with the Frontiers UI that would go with the Frontiers gameplay. And yeah, exactly. Like, that's the problem. That's one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of Frontiers. Because it followed too much of the industry standard tropes rather than something that I would actually want to play. Like, I enjoy Forza for how open it is. I don't enjoy Forza for its very simplistic UI. And, like, if you don't like Frontiers because you don't like Frontiers, that's fine. That should be the case. But that's the whole point of Frontiers. That's like me saying I don't like Mario Kart because Mario's in a go-kart. That's the point of the game. Obviously, yeah, like, I'm entitled to have my opinion here. Like, I don't like go-karts. I prefer more heavy-handed race cars. I prefer platforming, because I do. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the game itself is a terrible game. It just means I have my own preferences that may or may not align with how the game was designed. I was trying to get greedy. Yeah, I didn't get the no miss. There was no shot. Man, this one is tough to do the cheese on. And yeah, people don't like Sonic Drift because it's in a go-kart. That doesn't mean Sonic Drift is the worst game ever made. It just means it's just not Sonic not in a go-kart. And yeah, if you only play Sonic games for their UI, then obviously Sonic Frontiers is not a game for you. And I'd recommend playing a game with actual UI. One that's dedicated to, you know, flash and flare and substance. Or, better yet, I'd recommend you play a different game entirely, because Sonic itself is also not known for its unique UI. But Sonic Battle is a great game with a great UI that has style, has flair, it complements the gameplay and art style very well. Sonic Battle's a great one. But that doesn't mean Sonic Battle is going to be inherently a better game overall for anybody ever. It just might be a better game for you if you're the one who enjoys UI. And yeah, if you don't like the kind of gameplay design or environment design in Sonic Frontiers, then yeah, you don't like it. That's the point. These games aren't supposed to appeal to literally everyone. E for everyone doesn't actually mean everybody's going to like it, despite what some content creators might try to gaslight you into believing. E for everyone just means it's age appropriate and there's not going to be, you know, I don't know, giant inflatable dicks for enemies, like No More Heroes or something. Or, you know, of course, we have all of our favorite Shin Megami Tensei villains that are very phallic in nature. No blood, no gore, heavy swearing, whatever. That's what E for everyone is. And it's completely fine if you hate Frontiers, because honestly, Frontiers is not a game that's gonna mesh with literally everybody. I don't know how you'd get me that Chuck E. Cheese token. I don't have a P.O. box yet, so I don't know how I'd be able to get it from you. But yeah, you not liking Frontiers is absolutely not a problem. I'm with you in the same regard. But that doesn't mean the game is bad. It just means I don't like the game. It just means I'd prefer something more like Sonic 3D Blast, like I'm playing right now. I mean, people don't say it directly. Like, I would sure hope nobody's that completely and utterly out of touch. They would genuinely think that just because a game is rated for everybody, it's for everyone. But we have had people say this, like, at least to me directly when I said, hey, you know, the game's not, it's rated T for teen. It's supposed to appeal to a different audience. Like, you know, when I'm describing other games. Or when people say, oh, Sonic's made for kids. And then they come back with the, it's rated E for everyone. It's not just for kids. Like, there's a lot of really dumb reasoning behind both defending and attacking Sonic the Hedgehog based on who the target audience is made for. And, like, there's not a problem with enjoying stuff for kids, but people seem to think there is. They seem to think that just because a game has a childlike audience or something, that the game either, you know, has to be better or worse than it is. For example, you bring up that Sonic's made for kids in a game like Sonic Lost World, Sonic Boom, Sonic Colors, and next thing you know, people are, you know, holding your head on a spike because, I don't know, kids deserve better or something. When, like, I don't know, there's a lot more to it. You can't just expect some kids' games to be like, you know, Bluey levels of, you know, audience enjoyment and audience appeal outside of their target audience. Because sometimes kids' games are genuinely just that, games for kids. Like, I'm not going to sit here and judge Peppa Pig's World Adventure as if it's Sonic World Adventure. So where am I? Oh, I'm back at the start. Ugh, I did not want to do that. I've never taken that extra path before. Bluey mentioned, never watch it, it's great. It depends what you're looking for in a kid's show. I mean, a lot of people are definitely annoyed with how quote-unquote preachy Bluey might come off, but it's also not that big of a deal. It's just a silly little cartoon with some great moments, and, you know, it has a very large adult following for pretty obvious reasons. There's a lot of adult subjects that are tackled there pretty well, and there's definitely a lot worse kid shows kids could be watching. I mean, I'd rather have kids watching Bluey than watching Cocomelon. If you want preachy, 80s cartoons like G.I. Joe and He-Man. Oh yeah, definitely. A lot of 80s cartoons had their little morals at the end of the episode, just to get past the censors for just a purely violent cartoon. So they would literally have a Sonic Says segment. Sonic Says wasn't the only Sonic Says-like segment out there. So when people give Sonic flack for having a Sonic Says, I don't know. Some of you should watch G.I. Joe, specifically. Oh yeah, I played Frontiers a couple times, never looked back really. I got the 100% within the first week. I've booted it up a few times to get footage for other videos, but like, I don't know. It's just a game that I am not really rushing to go back to, ever. That doesn't mean it's a bad game, it's just a game that I am happy that I am never going to have to play again. If I ever play it again, it's going to be on my terms entirely, such as me putting in the game to catch footage for a YouTube video. And that's really how games should be. Like, I'm not going to sit here and make a, 45-minute Sonic Frontiers is the worst Sonic game ever made, and if you like it, you're accepting mediocrity, you're the worst person alive, we gotta go and threaten a voice actor, we gotta take out Ian Flynn. Like, I'm not gonna make a video like that. like other people have several times. There's no sense in sitting here and ruining the fun for somebody else. Like, I may not like the game, but the best part about living in this current era of technology, if I don't like a game, I can literally go onto YouTube and watch somebody else play it. I can literally go onto Twitch and watch somebody else play that game. There's probably people playing this game right now, playing Sonic Frontiers right now. If I want to enjoy Frontiers without even touching Frontiers, I can do that. If it's not a game that I want to play, there's so many ways around that I don't have to play the game whatsoever. But, you know, people want to pretend that because Sonic Frontiers exists, that now I can never play any other Sonic game, and that big bad Sega is sitting here on their throne of money because they sold us a bad stinky poo-poo game, and now we're all stuck playing the bad stinky poo-poo game for the rest of our lives. There's just so much, like, unnecessary permanence with all of these games that does not matter. Like, if Sonic Frontiers really was the worst game in the world, it's not. But even if Sonic Frontiers were the worst game ever made, it's not. It doesn't matter. Because you know what I can do? I can literally put on Sonic 3D Blast at any time and play that instead, which I'm literally doing right now. It's such a non-issue that people are pretending it's a life and death situation at all times. Let's see, where am I? That's the shield. Sonic 1 is the worst, Sonic Colors is the worst, Sonic Unleashed is the worst, Sonic Adventure is the worst, Sonic Heroes is the worst, Lost World is the worst, Force is the worst, Frontier is the worst. Ah, shut up. You get it, KBX. You get it. It's just such an unnecessary, clickbaity, reaction baity, just totally unnecessary and unhelpful criticism that isn't even criticism. It's literally just hate for hate's sake. And yeah, Sonic 4 Episode 2. If you have a reason to enjoy Sonic 4 Episode 2, play Sonic 4 Episode 2. That's a great game to play if you have a reason to play that. Especially if you got, like, you know, a little cousin who, you know, may not be into the ridiculous movement mechanics that you might be accustomed to from other Sonic platformers. It's a great game to be introduced to the series with, because you get the introduction to a lot of these mechanics without being forced to use them in order to proceed. Like, if you give a little kid Sonic 1 and tell them to get through Labyrinth Zone, they're gonna grow up hating Sonic. Straight up. Like, Labyrinth Zone is what makes or breaks fans. And people who weren't alive at the time don't understand that one bit. Like, you know, again, like, I get it. Boo-hoo, game bad, whatever. But, like, I don't know. There comes a point where you just really gotta put some of this stuff into context. Like, yeah, you don't like a certain Sonic game. Great, good for you. I have a gold star right here for you for not liking the game. But also, your favorite game is no Peach either. I mean, Sonic Adventure is also a game that is admittedly not the best to introduce people into the series with. There's a lot of stuff within Sonic Adventure that didn't carry over to really any other games. There's also a bunch of stuff in Sonic Adventure that would really be handy if you've played other games in the genre. It's also a very weird take on a 3D platformer that may not be the best game for somebody who's new to video games in general to be playing. That doesn't mean the game is bad. It just means the game is not necessarily a good introduction to video gaming, because it has a certain level of background knowledge that's kind of required before you get to a point where it's a comfortable game or even a good game to you. And if you grew up playing a game like Sonic Adventure and you love everything about Sonic Adventure, it makes sense why you don't love things about other games that don't do the same thing. Like, having the different characters you gotta play as, that's a big ask to play the same game multiple times. Obviously, it's not as bad in a game like Sonic Adventure, but then you have games like, Sonic Heroes, where you deliberately you're basically playing the entire game multiple times in a row, with minor stage differences and minor movement differences. I mean, at least the chaotics changes with the mission a little bit, but outside of that, not so much. That's kind of the point, like, because Sonic Heroes was made for that. It was made to be a repeat experience. And so while I personally don't really like the fact it's such a repeat experience, that's not a knock on the game when that's what the game is literally trying to do. Honestly, everything is 3D if you think about it, just how everything is 2D if you think about it. The LEDs behind your screen are not perfectly aligned to be flat. Yeah, a lot of games. Like, I literally sat here and I'm playing through Sonic 3D Blast twice in a row. Like, I clearly do not always have an issue with playing a game multiple times in a row. Like, we're already on Panic Puppet Zone, Act 1. And yeah, exactly. People are going to be complaining about playing a game so many times in a row just to turn right around and say, check out this new roguelite. It's just how these things go. There's a level of, you know, tolerance and difference you're going to have with every little game that's out there. Because in a thing like a roguelike, you also have other stuff that go into play. It's not just a repeat the same areas over and over again. You're repeating the same areas again, but with the goal of, you know, getting through in a different way, because now you have different items, you have different characters, or different loot. Like, everything is different on purpose. And so playing the same thing in different ways is the point, and I am missing a bird. Like, I literally play through Sonic R with multiple characters in one sitting usually. So obviously repeating a game is not necessarily an issue for me in particular. It just depends on how that repeat is done. For example, Sonic Heroes has a lot longer stages, which I don't really vibe with. I prefer shorter stages, which is why when I replay a game like Sonic R over and over and over again, the entire run is only like, you know, 15 minutes. And then we have Sonic 3D Blast here, where I can run, you know, an entire 3D Blast in 2 hours. I really miss the 3D Blast version of the song. See, I think one of the most replayable games I played in recent memory is Wario World. It's super short, but that's what makes it so much more fun to rush through. Yeah, I actually just picked up Wario World not too long ago. Maybe I'll actually give it a stream one of these days. If I didn't already have an April Fool's gag planned, maybe I'd put the April Fools towards some Wario World. Ooh, that was a perfect move. Ah. I got greedy. No speeding for me. I mean, aside from Sonic R, all of you guys are wrong. I mean, 1, Sonic R, but then 2, Kirby Air Ride solos. Especially if you got a good group to play Kirby Air Ride with. Most smartly designed linear collectathons you'll ever play. Great, can't wait for it. Don't run into the blue mine, Pretzel. Thanks, KBX. Let's see, which one comes out first? Oh no, this is the one I do. Okay. totally wasn't paying attention. I was looking at chat. All right. Ugh. So bad at this one. All right, so far so good. All right. Oh, that was almost frame perfect there. It might have been frame perfect. Oh, I got greedy. That was bad. I got 1 frame perfect and got cocky. Oh, left side start. Leave me alone. Eggman, I don't want your balls. Okay, we got 1. There we go, and we got 2. We need to fix the bad game mentality. Unless we are sure a game is actually bad, we can't be driving people away from it. There could be someone that genuinely enjoys Superman 64. Oh, I have met those someones. There's definitely plenty of ways to enjoy Superman 64. Like, even games like E.T. for the Atari that are notoriously bad games. Like, you can find enjoyment out of these games. That doesn't make the games indefinitely bad. Like, I generally think there is not really a bad game in the same sense people say there are. Like, there are definitely games that aren't going to appeal to a lot of people, for sure. But, like, in the sense that a game is just bad and irredeemable, unplayable, broken, garbage, nobody's ever going to like it, I feel like people who are saying that have also never played a game out of the Walmart bargain bin ever in their entire lives. Like, I used to live out of that Walmart bargain bin. I didn't have a choice. I didn't have any other games to play with. What we got was $5. And if the game turned out to be Ninja Breadman or an exact duplicate of Ninja Breadman, we played it. That's all we could do. And so we have too many people now who basically live on this idea of, you know, I can buy whatever I want, so it doesn't matter what I get. Yeah, exactly. The DS shovelware is definitely an exact thing of what I'm talking about here. There are real, quote-unquote, bad games out there that people still enjoy to this day. I mean, I remember one of the first times I played Chicken Shoot on the Wii. Any number of Chicken Shoots on the Wii. I literally purchased Chicken Shoot for the Game Boy Advance just the other day. Like, just because a game is bad to you doesn't mean it's bad permanently. Just because it's bad to some weirdos on Metacritic doesn't mean it's bad indefinitely. Yes, there is a GBA version. I have no idea how it's supposed to work, because it basically relies on motion controls. Like, I also have, I can't really reach it because my shelf's in the way, but I have Hannah Montana Spotlight World Tour on my Wii. I picked that up for a couple bucks at a used game store. Like, sometimes you can enjoy a game literally just for the novelty that it exists. That doesn't have to mean the game is good. It just has to mean, do you enjoy the game? Do you feel like you got the value out of that game? I mean, for that reason, I've definitely gotten my value out of Sonic Genesis for the GBA. For all of my European followers and subscribers here, that's a very notoriously a notorious port of Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sega Genesis, but on a Game Boy Advance. It's very, very rough. It's got very questionable collisions. The sound is not very good. There's also noticeable screen crunch compared to what we'd see on the actual Genesis. It also includes a bunch of features nobody's really looking for. Like, it's just a game. But you can still enjoy it for the fact that it's a weird novelty. I mean, I've bought that game twice now. There are games that are the greatest games of all time that I've only bought once. I only bought Sonic Frontiers 0 times. I was about to say I bought it once because I have a copy of it on my Xbox, but I didn't even buy that one. Whereas I've bought Sonic Genesis twice now. I have an in-box copy of Sonic Jam on the GameCom. I have 2 GameComs, and I have a loose copy of Sonic Jam on the GameCom. That's 2 Sonic Jams on the GameCom that I have. Like, in my possession. And even then, like, asset flips and crash risks and microtransactions, there's even games that can get even worse. For example, Ubisoft shutting down all of their live service games. There's a lot of games that you can't even play anymore. That just straight up, you know, you put in the disc, doesn't work, so I have to connect to a live server. Games that never even booted to begin with. And yeah, there's definitely places to go and things to do with games that may or may not be considered to be good. Alright, Peace returns to Flicky Island for a second time. But there we go. There is Sonic 3D Blast twice in a row. Alright, well, what are we going to do now? Well, I would probably end the stream. But all this talk about Sonic R throughout this stream, I think I want to kind of play a little Sonic R. Would you guys be down to extend the stream just like another 10 minutes? Do a quick Tails any %? I've been neglecting my Sonic R playing. I don't know how many of you are in the chat right now. I don't have my viewer count visible, so. But whatever it is, I think we're just gonna play a little Sonic R. 7? Cool. It's so hot in here. Get my window open again. Play Amy, Regal Ruin? Yeah, I could do that for you. Alright, so let me switch over my cables. You like how fast that was? I was ready for it this time. So on the Saturn version, you actually can't get the tokens and the emeralds in one go. Saturn version, you have to get the emeralds and the tokens separate. If I were playing on the Gems version, I could, but the AI is actually a lot easier in the Gems version, even on hard mode. We'll do a delete save, and we'll just create a new save file here. Oh, I have more than just 3 complete save files. Oh, wait, I have to go to the actual options menu. One sec. I have the memory expansion pack. I have more completed save files. I have 3 more. Ugh. Look, I play this game a lot. As a surprise to literally nobody.
Ready, set, go!
And there we go. 18-second lap 1. We are cruising. I hit a wall there, but it's fine. Another 18-second. Not world record, but it's fine. We're cruising. Ah. Lost my speed there. It's alright. We're fine. We're fine. We're not going for a run. We're just going for fun. I think I met a couple people who do glaze 3D Blast quite a bit. There's somebody I watch on Twitch who's a big fan of the Saturn version. I think they play it every week, give or take. Alright, you know, I'll take a 56. I'll take a 56. They're on Twitch. They don't. They're not really on my YouTube often. They've commented a couple times on my videos. It's Brent Zone if you've ever met them. They're usually on Twitch, but they play 3D Blast quite a bit. Big fan of the Saturn version. They even have their emotes centered around it. People complain about the water slowing you down a tremendous amount, but it's like, okay, try not to fall into water then. Exactly. It's like the game literally gives you the most obvious punish possible, and you still do it. Like, I don't know at that point, bro. That's like me saying, hey, it's very slow when Lakitu picks me up when I fall off a cliff in Mario Kart. Don't fall off the cliff in Mario Kart. Ah, that would have been a really good time if I didn't bunk that wall there. Ugh, and now I messed up, because I was able to walk on the ledge the first lap, but I messed up the second one. See, I saw the John Sonic R video yesterday. When people play games like this, they get so mad. I'm like, it's not that serious, but actually it is, because Sega forced them to play it, actually, if you didn't know. I mean, it depends. I mean, sometimes, yeah, they did force them to play it, but a lot of times, a lot of independent creators who make these reactionary, overly negative content, they just kind of make it to make it. I mean, with Sonic R specifically, Sega has basically permanently disavowed Sonic R for quite some time. By the time YouTube was even a thing, and by the time these content creators got their start and actually had enough steam behind their name to now be doing Sonic content, there was other Sonic content for them to be doing. For example, you know, we had Aaron Game Grumps doing Sonic content because they became the brand ambassador. And that was, you know, all the way in 2010, to which they had other games to be brand ambassador for. Okay, we got still sub 130. I'll take it. But, we have people like the Angry Video Game Nerd, who is absolutely not sponsored by Nintendo, but plays a lot of Nintendo games and gets unnecessarily angry about them. I'm pretty sure they also weren't sponsored by Echo the Dolphin, Blue Sky Publishing, Sega, or anybody involved with that game, but they definitely made a Attack of the Echo the Dolphin kind of video, where they went way too hard on Echo the Dolphin for absolutely no reason. Surprise, a game that with a very unique control style has a very unique control style. And surprise, a game built for being unnecessarily difficult so they can get past the week-long rentals is notoriously difficult to get past the week-long rentals at Blockbuster. It's like, I don't know, surprise? I don't know. It's just one of these things where a lot of times games just really aren't that shocking when you find out the game is literally everything it says being on the tin. And yeah, exactly. Like, as the character, they overreact to every little game possible, and I'm sure they actually have, maybe some more well-rounded tastes and opinions, but at the same time, the content they make is based around how much they hate certain stuff. That's just how they do it. But people can't separate the idea of, it's a content creator creating content rather than just, this is how the game is. And now we have an era of people who take these Metacritic reviews and these YouTubers seriously, and now it actually follows into how they actually critique games. People actually faking hernias and seizures just because of a bad game. People actually pretending to go to the hospital because, oh, this game was so bad it made me sick. Like, no, bro. Just get over yourself for 5 seconds here. It's a video game. You can stop playing whenever. You weren't just watching Pokemon one Saturday and woke up in a hospital. It's a game that you went out of your way to buy, that you already knew was going to do this, that you already knew all this was going to be in here. You're not a day one pre-order bonuser. You aren't an influencer that got a pre-release copy. You bought this game knowing what was in it, and you still chose to overreact to it. That's just kind of the state of content creation we're in these days. Come on. Turn. Oh, yeah. Echo the Dolphin making Trista drop the F-bomb. That's the ideal. Let's see if I can land this a little better this time. Perfect. All right, not bad. A 26-second lap. That's the power of some good rings. Oh, missed it. That's fine. We got plenty of rings. All right. Reactive Factory down. Should titles more be like, I personally don't like game because you'll never find everyone that agrees for a game to be good or bad. I can say combat is good and others say it's bad, just different. Well, that's the thing. The titles themselves of these reviews are inherently clickbait. I mean, I clickbait all the time in my videos too. It's not necessarily how you present the review itself. It's the content of the review and how you're going about making it. If you're, say I'm reviewing Sonic 3D Blast like we just played today, and I'm reviewing the Saturn version because, and like I go into this review stating that some people say the Saturn version is better. Check out my review of this game where I'm playing it on an emulator. I haven't calibrated my emulator right. I don't have any of the textures loading right. So I have a lot of weird music issues. I have a lot of weird texture loading issues. And also Saturn emulation is just jank as everything anyway. So now all of a sudden I have very bad frame rates. And now I put that in my review and I'm saying like, yeah, Sonic 3D Blast on the Saturn is actually the worst one because it's bad. look at all these frame rates. Look at all these graphics that are bad. Look at all the music that's bad. Like, you know, if you're playing the game wrong, you're playing it on an emulator, obviously it's not going to be the same. Or if you go into this review with the understanding that you prefer, you know, you like longer stages, you like Sonic Generations, and that is your go-to game, and now you play a game that's the polar opposite of Generations. Surprise, you're not going to like it. And yeah, I could safely say Sonic X-treme is a bad game because the game was so bad it didn't even come out. The game isn't real. The game never released. You can play the demos, you can play some of the early builds, and those are great. They're really cool time capsules. They are excellent ways at looking into what the development cycle of the game was like. By no stretch are the games actually good, and they suffer from all the same problems that a lot of people would also complain about in other Sonic games. I mean, especially when it comes to the writing and the story. If you're going to complain about Sonic Colors' story, like, you would not like the story that was presented in Sonic X-treme, featuring the Boobowskis, their actual names, because Tiara, the daughter of, I think is like, what, Walter Boobowski or something? The daughter, Tiara Boobowski, has absolutely massive boobs, and that's why her name is Boobowski. That's literally the plot. And then she was also going to be a love interest for Sonic, and that they were going to rescue these little creatures called Mips that would give you special powers. And then you start realizing, oh wait, this is literally what was used in Sonic Colors, and people hate the Sonic Colors story. And then you realize, oh wait, Tiara Boobowski, Sonic has a love interest. That's literally Sonic 06, and they didn't even give Elise massive boobs. She has regularly sized, respectable honkers. Let's see, regularly sized RSRH. RSRH, reasonably sized, respectable honkers. All right? It's just how these games work. You want to rage at the fact they had the balls to cancel Sonic X-treme, but you don't realize the game was garbage. Like, I don't know. It's just people. People don't want to think. They just want to get mad. Just had to get it off your chest, eh? Yes, Tiara Boobowski. I really wanted to go into a rant about that character in my Sonic X-treme video, but honestly, there's no point ranting about the story being so bad, because you're going to get people who say,
the story doesn't matter as long as the gameplay is good.
And then we have games where the gameplay is fantastic, but there is no story or there's a bad story.
I can't enjoy the game unless there's a good story.
Like, I don't want to open myself up to the hypocrites of the Sonic world, but, you know, stuff like this is just inherently going to happen. I mean, people hate Sonic Colors because the story is just awful. People hate Sonic Lost World because the story is just awful. But then you have Sonic Lost World, which actually offers a very unique take on Sonic's moveset, adds a lot of unique tools, adds a lot of cool stuff you can do. You have a crazy kit in that game, but you have to practice. It's got a very high skill floor. Same with Sonic Colors. It's a very simplistic and linear boost game, but so is every boost game. But you have the flair, you have the colors, you have the art style, you have the wisp powers, you have the exploration, you have the different routes you can take. And yet, story sucks, so game sucks. But then you have Sonic Generations, where people will turn right around and say, story doesn't matter, gameplay good, goodbye. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those weird things that it never makes sense. So I omitted that from my Sonic X-treme video, talking about Tiara Boobowski and the Mips and all that, just because we'd have people saying, oh, it doesn't matter, because story's good, so that means game is good. Who knows? But there we go. There is our Sonic R, our totally unprompted Sonic R. But now, while this runs, I am going to do a quick check, because the Sonic the Hedgehog, or Shadow the Hedgehog Dark Beginnings, is supposed to be going live sometime today. So I'm going to actually go to the Sonic the Hedgehog official YouTube channel and see if it's here yet. Nope, it's still not here yet. And yeah, exactly. You can always do both. You can enjoy the story, you can enjoy the gameplay, but when you're going to sit here and say Colors sucks because the story sucks, or you're going to sit here and say story doesn't matter as long as the gameplay is good, and you're just going to interchange those two critiques, whenever there's a game you do like versus a game you don't like, that's when you look like a total tool bag. It's not so much that as a reasonable person, you could understand that some games you will play for the story and some games you won't. Just how it's reasonable to dictate that, hey, you know, story and gameplay, they both matter to different regards and everybody has different preferences. That's fine. That's good. That's normal. Congratulations, you're a smart person. But that being said, the Sonic community is not full of smart persons. It's full of people who want to say, this game sucks because I don't like it. But they can't say that. They can't just say, I don't like it, and so the game sucks. They want to find some way to qualify that. So they want to jump at the easiest point they have, which is, look at this story. The story means nothing. It's such a bad story. That is an easy, quote-unquote, objective point you can make. That, look, the story is written for little kids. Yeah, bro, it's a game for little kids. Get over it. But, you know, when you're going to say the story sucks so the game sucks, and then turn right around and worship Sonic Generations despite also having a completely same level, same tier story, I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know. It's just been a time. Alright, but that is the end of our very long Hard Pretzel stream. I've got my next video recorded, so I have to go get footage for it now and get recording. Hopefully, I'm going to really try to squeeze this, at least a good chunk of this video out by the time I have to go out of town again. Play nights for motos? Yeah, no, not this stream. Not this stream. Maybe later. Alright, let me put this controller away. Let's turn off the game. Pretzel, when did you get these games? What do you mean? Which games? Do you mean the games that I posted on my wall? Like, on my community page? All those Master System games? I've just been collecting them. Neosprite sent out about, I want to say 6 or 7 of them, not too long ago. Hooked me up with Alex Kidd Shinobi World, Cyber Shinobi, the Sonics, and more. Sonic R, I got pretty much as soon as I got my Saturn. Same with 3D Blast. When I picked up my Saturn, I got my Saturn for, unironically, I got it on Black Friday back in 2020. I didn't even realize it was Black Friday until I decided, oh, I got my Saturn. I need to get a new power strip. So I'm going to swing by Micro Center real quick and grab a power strip. And sure enough, there's lines out the door at Micro Center. And I'm like, what's going on today? What's happening here? Turns out it was Black Friday. So I had a Saturn in my car on Black Friday. But yeah, as soon as I got the Saturn, I went and I ordered Sonic R off eBay, went and ordered Sonic 3D Blast off eBay. I didn't even care about getting the cases. I just wanted the game, so I bought a loose Sonic R, and then I bought a loose Sonic 3D Blast, to then follow up by buying a real Sonic R in box, in case. So I actually have 2 copies of Sonic R on the Saturn. I do want to get a case for my 3D Blast, but I might just get a repro case for it. But yeah, I got those pretty early on. The SMS stuff I've been collecting from my Master System from earlier this year. I picked up a Master System. When did I get my Master System? I don't even remember anymore. It's been a while, but I picked it up, and I've just been loading up games ever since. And then our favorite Neo Sprites hooked us up with a whole bunch of different games to play on it. As for the Buns of Steel, the Abs of Steel, Bunny Mooning, and Cats, as you've never seen it before, and then Cats as you'll never see it again, both those Cats VHS tapes, I found those at secondhand shops and I just picked them up. The Cats as you'll never see it again, the two tape collector's edition, that one I got at a specialty shop. And I also have, if you look in the back of the photo I posted, there's also a book of Practical Cats. That's actually the source material for the Cats movies. I definitely enjoy Cats quite a lot. Unironically, I am a Cats fan. You know, some pretzel lore. If you ever thought I had bad taste before, I like Cats. Including the 2019 film. Anyway, with that, I'm actually going to leave the stream before I let stream delay realize I just said I enjoyed the 2019 Cats film. So, good night, everybody. Thanks for playing. See ya.
You